Hello, friends. I don't anticipate I'll be live streaming for a huge amount of time tonight, but OMG is all I can say about this channel. O to the M to the G. It's so good. It's like the best channel.
It really is.
It's called A Chick Called Albert. Such a good channel. Anyway, it's about this guy in the Netherlands who rescues birds and eggs. So if like a nest falls out of a tree, but the eggs aren't broken, like somebody will call him and he'll go collect the eggs and then he'll incubate them and raise them until they're adults and then set them free. But he has a farm. He's got a lot of animals. Like Rachel and I just watched this episode where he had saved a baby sheep whose mother had rejected it, but then he needed to find another sheep to be his friend, and he found one who was having a lot of problems on the farm, and he introduced them to each other, and they became friends. It's so beautiful. I'm so it is it's so cute. I will transition here to the topic of the title of this video, which is I'm so glad there wasn't social media when I was young. It's like I I've been watching a variety of different YouTube videos. Like I kind of enjoy watching YouTube drama channels, which include things like basically like reasonable people condemning bad YouTubers for bad behavior and such. Let me get my glasses on. These ones are my preferred glasses. Hi, Sifton. What's my sleep schedule like? Well, today, uh, I got up like at 8 o'clock in the evening or something around there. I went to bed at like 9 in the morning. I have not caught Red Flag Guy. No. I have not caught Red Flag Guy. But it's like when I was young, I mean, who knows how things would have been. The worst thing for me would have been to be like Rachel's age, where social media is coming into full fruition when I'm hitting like 20 years old, 18 years old. Especially given what like drunk I was. That's certainly a recipe for a lot of disaster. And it's like when these young people have the wrong kind of things reinforced for them by success on social media, if they blow up or whatever. Um, have I shown? Have you shown me Charlotte Dupre's channel? Do you know who Charlotte Dupre is?
Charlotte Darbre?
It says Dupre, Dupree or something.
I only know the redhead Charlotte Darbre.
I don't know who that is. Uh, so I've been watching so much YouTube lately. It's become my primary thing that I watch. more than anime or Netflix or Hulu or TV. I mostly watch YouTube. You also prefer to be up at night? I don't necessarily prefer this. It's just kind of how it ended up happening. So, like, Facebook came around when I was, I guess, still relatively young. But, um, if I had grown up in the era of YouTube, I probably would have started YouTubing early. It probably would have done a pretty effective job of policing my policing me into somebody who was up to the mature enough for YouTube and for not getting saying dumbass shit to get yourself canceled or whatever. If I had been the wrong age, like if I were Rachel's age, who knows what kind of nonsense I'd be up to. So it's easy for me to sit in judgment of these people doing and saying ridiculous, horrible things just for the sake of like being shock value or whatever. But I would probably have been very much like that when I was young. I don't know. Fortunately for my youth, people weren't constantly taking pictures of everybody, filming everybody. Not that I got up to anything particularly bad. Like, a full expose of my past would not find a bunch of instances of me violating people's rights. Um, I was never predatorial. But I'm sure I've said plenty of dumbass things in my life that were not ever recorded.
Sure, but doesn't that kind of like a lot of people, especially like when I was a teenager, I mean, I was always a nice kid, but like we got a little rascally.
Right. Yeah. And I got rascally too. Have I said stuff on YouTube that would get me canceled? No, because by the time I got into YouTube, which was 12 years ago, I was already 42 years old. You know, I mean, I started a little. I started probably when I was 41, but by the time I started actually making YouTube videos on the regular, I was 42. And at that point, I'm not happy with my early content. Like it seems cringy to me, and or I was wrong about certainly about personality type stuff or whatever.
So that's growing. That's growth.
Yeah, that's growth. But it's not like by the time I was 42, nobody was gonna catch me engaged in any kind of like hate speechy, ill-advised jokes that make you look like a complete douchebag or whatever.
Right.
Yeah,
That's the worst.
right.
Bad.
So by the time I was actively, by the time I was actually producing content, I wasn't really. Yeah, I'm 50, 53, I think. Yeah. Man, you look like you took advantage of Diddy. Well, I didn't. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Is that when I was young, I was definitely like I probably would have been into doing a lot of like shock value stuff and pushing the limits of free speech in ways that wouldn't have aged well. Fortunately, I didn't really get into social media a whole bunch until I was old enough to know better, right? But at the same time, when I'm watching this kind of content about like the toxicity of Kick streamers, I don't know if you guys have heard of Kick, but it's a new alternative to Twitch, and its primary claim to fame is that it doesn't have any terms of service, really.
Hmm.
Bearded Cracker, it says. So what he's saying is there are a few blackface videos out there. No, I've never made any such thing. Even back in the day, I don't think you would have gotten a lot of like hate speechy stuff out of me. It just I would have probably wanted to be edgy. I mean, I did at the time a lot more than I do now. Do you have any wisdom for someone in college? What are you studying? I look like a white black man. I'm fluidly transracial. Actually, my race changes all the time. I'm currently Malaysian.
Oh, Malaysian.
Yeah.
Was that info that you were saying? Yeah, I think it was yesterday. Was about the Malaysian airplane that they found evidence.
Yeah. I was interested to discover that there's a new notion about what happened to Malaysian Air flight. Yeah. And there are two videos that have no, I didn't watch the debate. It's not as edgy as Twitch makes it seem. What, kick? Yeah, I'm so glad I'm not growing up with the internet in the same way the kids are today because I'm sure I'd be so embarrassed. Yeah, me too. Me too. So anyhow, back to the topic. The reality is I would have played into the young people kind of gawking at the spectacle of somebody being rebellious, like that horrible Jack. What's his last name?
Jake Paul.
No, not Jack.
Oh.
Jack Mia,
Who was like 13 when he started?
Yeah, he was a kid when he started, and he's like get kicked out of Walmart. Now he goes around with bodyguards and
Yeah.
just like this horrible guy. But I wouldn't have been like that because I'm not that ESFP. I'm not that dewy. But I definitely would have pushed pushed boundaries of good taste. I'm sure, and
Probably with your words.
yeah, with my words, right. I would have said things that didn't age well. I don't know what they would have been because I wasn't in that situation, so I wasn't compelled to think about at all how things was saying were going to age. And it's like a weird contradiction. At the time of the pre-digital age was both a more innocent time and a more barbaric time. Like the when I was going through school, it was very Lords of the Fly ish. The adults did a terrible job of supervising the children. They just tortured one another. Am I talking about Jack Black? No, I'm talking about me. I'm talking about myself, the important topic of Eric, and how I feel fortunate that when I was young enough to make stupid mistakes, that they didn't get immortalized for all time. I think that there are different types of people who mature more quickly than others. I think knowers and interfacers typically mature faster than action types or uh, deliberation types. So if your dominant function is N, NISITE or FE, you're going to mature faster. And if your dominant function is SE, NE, TI, or FI, you're going to mature more slowly. Well, fellas, I'm off to get some stank on my hang low. That's funny. He means he's going to have sexual intercourse. Back to Jack Black, though. Yeah, I'm not sure what Jack Black's up to these days. So I gotta really watch what I watch. Uh, Being bipolar means I I can be kind of slow to recognize when a given kind of media or topic is making me feel bad. For example, I've been just kind of obsessively watching Diddy stuff. I feel this great desire to see a bunch of people go down for this horrible bad behavior.
Yeah, like I heard like 120 suspects now in the case.
Suspects? I'm not sure. I haven't heard anything new today yet.
Oh,
Mr. T! He pities the fool. Well, you know what, Mr. T? I don't pity any fool who messes with you. They don't deserve my pity. They should never have crossed Mr. T in the first place. Hi, Show Media. How's it going? FI Polar Bears, yeah. Well, the thing is, because I have such a poor relationship with my own feelings, I can get kind of sucked up watching hours and hours of stuff about people who have done horrible things, and then I end up hearing some details that are gonna kind of be hauntingly disturbing. I appreciate it when people put disclaimers at the front of videos that say, "Warning: some of this material in this video is disturbing." I typically will avoid that, but they don't always put those kind of warnings, and then if I read or hear or watch the wrong thing, it could bother me for days until it gets a little bit further away in my memory. So that's all part of having a bad relationship with one's own feelings, having a low EQ, as they say. It doesn't just mean one's not necessarily as feelings aware as one should be when dealing with other people. It also can mean you're not very aware about your own feelings and how much that impacts you, because then after I've watched something that I really find disturbing, when I hear detail, it's like I don't want to hear the details, right? Like I want to hear the general gist of what happened, so I don't have to visualize anything or imagine a horrible situation or scene. But when I do hear things that are a little bit too vivid in their recollections, it can cause me a lot of distress for some time. I watched a couple of videos. One of them was this woman talking about being assaulted by Kanye and Diddy. And the other was a video of a cop showing callous disregard after he run over a lady. And it was just so appalling. Yeah. So even thinking about it now is very disturbing. And I'm not going to tell you any of the details that I found particularly disturbing. Hello, Mr. Tahoe. You must be from Tahoe, so I'm guessing. Hope all is well, Eric. It's been a while. Guess it has. I don't recall chatting with you before, but nice to have you here. Thank you for being here. Uh, so I got to be really careful about what I watch because it has a lot of impact on me emotionally. But also, when I'm watching a bunch of shit, like there's this guy, he makes pretty good content. I've been kind of into this whole YouTube drama slash look at this awful guy on Kick and his awful content kind of stuff. Well, you got a lot of subs. I'm looking at your channel, Mr. Tahoe. I don't get it. How did you get 100,000 subs, but you don't have very many views on your videos and stuff? You must have had one video super blow up, huh? I'm curious about this channel. Let me see. Popular. Shorts? Do you make a lot of shorts? Popular. I guess you must make a lot of shorts. Well, the nice thing about having over 100,000 views, 100,000 subs, is you now get the preferred rate. You know, shorts is the best way to get new subs. Well, yeah, I guess that's the truth. No, I know you didn't buy any. I wasn't accusing you of that at all. I was not accusing you of that. Like I understand the way YouTube works as well. I've got 18,000 subs now. For years, I was stuck right around 9,000, and then it doubled in a few months, and then now I'm just stagnant again, even losing subs a little bit, not much. It didn't even occur to me that you were buying subs. YouTube's pretty good about that, right? YouTube's super opposed to gaming. Clyde Du Bois, oh my God. How many times do I have to meet Mike? I have met Mike so many times. I've met Mike. I met Mike Oxmall, Mike Oxsmells. I met Mike Cockazong. I've met Mike is everywhere. I've met Ike. It's Apothecary, and his sounds helped me grow. Who's Apothecary? I don't know what that is. I don't know what that means. Barry McCockiner? Yeah. Barry McCockiner is is a good way. I shout out my boy Mike everywhere. But I also set up. But I also wanted to remind everybody of my friend Mike. Ants Believe It's Not Butter.
Meow.
Lowbrow Comedy Channel. Is that what your channel is? Well, I don't know. The point is, I get the way that subs work around here. I've also been able to garner subs with shorts. I just don't tend to do it because because God forbid I actually do anything efficient and successful. I did my channel to prove how silly YouTube is. I don't think it's silly. Obviously, you got to put in a fair amount of work on shorts to garner 100,000 subs. It takes a little while. Did I hear what happened to the blind rabbi at the bar mitzvah? No, I didn't. What happened to the blind rabbi at the bar mitzvah? Social Blade is apparently I've seen it before. I know what it is. It's a thing that shows you how your YouTube channel's doing. I don't look at it, but some people do. What happened to the blind rabbi at the bar mitzvah? He got the sack? I don't get it.
I don't get it either.
I don't get it at all. No Sage says, I didn't, was it worth it? You didn't what? I don't know what you didn't do. Uh, yeah, I get the fact that he was being fired, but I don't understand what that has to do with him being blind, rabbi, or at a bar mitzvah. Are you saying, like, they booked this rabbi for their bar mitzvah, but he didn't tell them that he was blind, and then he got there and they needed him to do certain things at the bar mitzvah, the required site, so they fired him? That sounds more like an anecdote than a joke. How do you know when a vegetable is cooked? You tell me, Clyde Du Bois. You tell me. I'm curious now. How does one know when a vegetable is cooked? I would. Okay. I see. So we're playing. Make the punchline have nothing to do with the setup. The wheelchair does rise to the top in an elevator that's going up. Yeah, I got that too, that Sack has two meanings. You're terrible at making jokes, Clyde Du Bois. Like, for example, here's a joke. What do you call Helen Keller juggling 6 dead babies? Impressive. It's a good joke because the end part follows naturally from the beginning part. And that's what jokes are supposed to do.
It's a good original joke.
That is, thank you. Here's a good unoriginal joke. So there's this Mexican magician, and he says, uno, dos, and then poof, he disappears without a trace.
That is such a good one.
I didn't make that one up, but it's a good joke. About to receive workers' comp? What do you call a Mexican underneath a wheelbarrow? Someone about to receive workers' comp? You know, we should have figured out that Diddy was gay when he named himself Puff Daddy. Right? Like, how did we not figure that out? I'm a Puff Daddy. Like, what could be gayer than that? How did we not figure this out? I had no idea any of this shit. Until it all broke.
Is it like confirmed that he's gay, or like just more and more people have been coming out being like?
Well, I mean, he definitely has sex with men a lot.
Yeah.
What do you, the United States government right now is a joke? Is that a question, or is that a statement, or what? And then he changed his name to Diddy. And then he changed his name to Love/Brother Love.
No way.
Yeah. Hi, Sin City Chris. What is up? This guy. Now, see, there's a good joke, Mr. Tahoe, because that's not the answer you expect, right? You expect him to say fine. It's always good to hear me yap for a bit. It's always good to yap for a bit when I'm feeling it. Like when I'm feeling like I got things to talk about, things to say. And I got a lot to talk about in terms of stuff I've been watching on YouTube. Because I've been watching so much YouTube. I would not say that I'm higher than a giraffe's ass. I would not say I'm particularly high at all, actually. I should probably pull more bottom reps, but regardless of that, let's talk a little more about the content I've been watching. So as a lot of people watch Moist Critical, aka Penguin Zero, aka Charlie White, and I like his content. I don't love it, all of it, but by and large, it's quite good. And even the stuff I don't love is just because it's a little bit rambly, perhaps, in spots. But generally, it's pretty clean. I don't like his, say, Magic the Gathering card unboxing videos. I got no interest in that. But I'm fine, Mia. Does anybody else here watch Moist Critical? And then I watched this Jay Aubrey guy. Been watching him. These are younger people than me for sure who are kind of talking about it's kind of like a community of YouTube drama people or something. And it's links to the gaming community a lot. So for example, Carl Popst or Proust, whatever his last name is, he begins every video with "Hello, you absolute legends." Billy Mitchell is suing him
Oh God.
in Australia.
Oh,
Billy
yeah.
Mitchell's gonna lose. I want to see the outcome of that
Oh,
case.
yeah, I do too.
I've I got interested in it at some point. Watched all the videos about the progression of Billy Mitchell suing Carl for telling the truth about things. And Carl is an excellent case builder. Oh my God, he does such a good job of researching things and making sure he's got evidence to back up all of his claims, etc. So, and his basic thing is calling out people who are cheating to try to get records, like Billy Mitchell. But he also makes videos about people who are setting records. Well, I mean, Winston's mom, you're giving Trump way too much credit. He's not manipulating those people who are responsive to that kind of nonsense. He is those people who are responsive to that kind of nonsense. Do you think he's making an informed decision to do that as a means of appealing to people's moral outrage on the grounds of disgust, on the grounds of impurity? He has no idea the framework that you're even referring to. That guy's not smart. You're giving him way too much credit. That is a dumb man. He may sort of seat of his pants understand that targeting. I mean, one thing he just either does inherently at all times, or at least inherently understands without really a lot of theory behind it, is that people engage politically when they are engaged via their anger. They're most reliably. There's a group, what they call the base, right? Like the Democratic base and the Republican base. It's generally considered important to drum up support within the base, quote unquote. But what they refer to when they talk about the base is a population of people who are engaged politically primarily by disliking the other guys. Trump's promoting what Stephen Miller writes. Well, I don't doubt that Trump consumes a very limited amount of narratives that fit in with his own deluded understanding of reality. And then echoes those narratives all the time. It's what he does. It's like he'll talk about some crazy nonsense, and you can Google it and find out that, like, far right ideologue down now said recently something very similar. That's just how it goes with him. It's just MO. If you're only consuming echo chamber shit, if you're just constitutionally incapable of being objective about really anything, I mean, he's an ESFP. He's not going to be very objective about anything. He has no conscious objective. No, he does. He's got an objective knowledge function, but paired with a subjective deliberation function, he's just gonna know what he wants to know, basically. Well, I pooped.
Meow. Meow. Meow.
That was a big overdue poop. Good job, Eric. Good job. I feel wonderfully free of poop. Finally. The thing is, ultimately, I feel fortunate, right? Because as far as YouTubing goes, because I'm in a strange kind of middle ground. I noticed that it's pretty difficult to get a decent number of people attending this stream. Taylor does pretty well. I think maybe his channel got demonetized. But I'm able to stream and at least sometimes have streams still that are at least in the double digits, like 15 people. So like this stream here, sometimes it shoots up to 20 something, That's pretty gratifying. Like those are good numbers as far as I'm concerned. Because I'd say I'm doing the thing for which there's the least kind of audience, probably. You're watching somebody live stream that's not playing a video game or something, but just talking and engaging with the chat is generally not going to be especially interesting. The person better be pretty good at talking, right? If you're going to get any kind of audience like this, doing this kind of stuff at all. I mean, just look at me. I'm obviously exhausted. I'm missing a shit ton of teeth. I'm bald, but I haven't bothered to get a haircut. I mean, I just look like a complete mess. And I'm not doing anything. I'm just sitting here and talking. So be able to get 28 people to watch me is at the moment, it goes up and down, like 21, 25, 15. But that's pretty great, really. And I should feel pretty lucky about it. Watching more videos about more YouTubers and their experiences with kind of getting getting all caught up in affirmation, letting their egos blow up, and then ruining their YouTube careers by doing yeah, or discovering that their flash in the pan was short-lived, and that on the other side of it, their hopes and dreams that they had thought were going to carry them forward turned into just nothing, etc. So I don't know if that guy's still here, but there's this guy who was here earlier, Mr. Tahoe, who has 100,000 subs. From what I understand, you get a preferred rate once you get to 100,000 subs, which can result in as much money as $2,000 for 100,000 views. Should be like $1,000 for 50,000 views. Seems like a lot. I mean, that would have to be the very top end of it, I guess. But even if it were half that, if it were $1,000 for 100,000 views, that would be a lot more than I'm currently getting for 100,000 views.
I'm the baby lamb to your rescuer.
Thank you, darling.
You're welcome. I like being around you.
Thanks, darling. I like being around you too. You're probably making a quarter off this. No, I make about like $100 a month, right? So it's obviously not a job for me. And if it were $1,000 per 100,000 views, I mean, I'm not really averaging 100,000 views right now, but it doesn't seem to matter much. Like, there's been months where I've gotten 300,000 views, and I still get like $150. So the idea of potentially making $1,000 per 100,000 views on a long form video of at least 10 minutes long or something. Whoa, that'd be crazy, because if I were making that rate, and again, that's $10 per 1,000 views. Then there would have been one month when I made like $3,000 or $3,500 or something. Hell, I have to pay for YouTube. Amanda don't even break even. Who's Amanda? So yeah, I do pay for YouTube too. I pay like $20 a month for YouTube Premium. I also have YouTube TV, so I'm sure I pay YouTube more than they pay me. Amanda Hug and Kiss. Well, of course, Amanda Hug and Kiss. Nobody's disputing her. I just thought it must be a different one. That's so obvious. There's one lawyer that has like 100 victims in a lawsuit, with maybe more to come, like forming a class action lawsuit against Diddy. That guy really thought he could get away with anything. I only poop on YouTube when I have to poop and I'm streaming. It's the only time it's not like I'm trying to poop on YouTube. I had to poop and I happened to be YouTubing. It's not like I showed you my pooping. You were looking conveniently at the wall. Number 13 is watching. Are you talking about Caleb Williams, Acacia? That's the taste of freedom. Well, if that's such a big deal, show media, then why aren't you concerned about people who poop while watching YouTube? Hmm? What about those people? If it's a problem, if it's such a problem for me to poop while YouTubing, you know. Mm-hmm. Thank you, YouTube and Mike. Yeah, Rachel admits to it. She admits that she does it. So we have at least one example of somebody who does poop while watching YouTube. I don't think she's the only one. Better it be literal poop than the metaphorical poop some channels post. I mean, there's some terrible content makers out there who became very popular. And, you know, I guess it's kind of like people who aim towards kids more get a lot of views. Like Mr. Beast, for example. Then your legs fall asleep watching life hacks on the shitter. So, you know, some of these channels I watch, like Carl Jobst, he has to frequently say, please don't go harass these people. That is not my intention, is to get you to go harass them. Please do not. Because obviously, if you're a big famous YouTuber and you make a video talking shit about some other YouTuber's video that's bullshit or whatever, then well, you're gonna direct a lot of hate there, right? You know, unavoidably, because you're highlighting what they've done that's bad. The thing is, I'm somebody who hasn't really done anything terribly bad that I can think of, like criminal rights violation. But I've certainly been a sinner like anybody else. I don't really have any thoughts about JD Vance. Sage is giving us all $1 million ideas with his suggestion that we poop while listening to lo-fi hip-hop beats to poop and relax to 24/7 stream. I don't have that many lo-fi hip-hop beats. I don't know where I'd get these lo-fi hip-hop beats from. So I don't know how I stream them. I don't know if YouTube really likes that 24-hour streaming. I'm not sure what they think about it, really. I don't think they like repeat streams where you're streaming the same thing over and over again. But it's a little hard to say. Obviously, YouTube, except where they ban something, say you may not do this as an added to terms of service, unless they wait a second. JD Vance fucked a couch? How do we know this? And how does one do that? What couch did he fuck? And why? Oh, goodness. Yeah, it must have been some couch. Oh my God. Is that your couch? No? Are you dating that couch? Well, no. So would you be cool if I, sat on your couch? And go for it, sit on the couch. No, I mean, would you be cool if I sat on the couch? JD, sit on the couch. You just go right ahead. Oh, your pillows are so soft. Well, I mean, uh, I I'm not sure how he got caught fucking this couch or what, but if it's just he fucked one of his own couches in private, I don't really have a problem with it. I think it's strange, but I think it's fine. Man wants to fuck his couch. Let him fuck his couch. No, Sage. That doesn't work like that. I'm gonna just say, I don't think. I'm gonna just. This may make me unpopular, but I don't think you require the couch's consent, provided it's your couch. I don't know how it would consent. I guess you could say, "Are you cool if I fuck you, couch?" And then you pull the leg pop out thing. If it pops out, that means it's on. It's couch fucking time. Well, you mean JD Vance came over to my house, fucked one of my couches? Rachel caught him and didn't tell me? That's a lot of news. You're really laying on a lot of news on me all at once, show me you. So, anyway. I'm gonna have to go pretty soon. I have a sudden urge to fuck my couch. When did that happen? You fuck the couch, you buy it. Fantastic. Yeah, if he was fucking couches at a couch store, now that's different. Okay, obviously those are not his couches. You can only fuck your own couch. If I had a couch store, though, I'd definitely have that sign up. You fuck the couch, you bought it. Oh, yeah. I know we can't really get Wonder Points, Rachel, but you absolutely deserve at least 200 points for that. Oh, it's too much profanity. But good suggestion. Maybe. Who knows? Yeah, this is pretty funny stuff with the couch. You're picturing JD Vance in a couch store. Hi, sir. Can I help you? No, I'm just looking. He's like touching the couch. So, sir, I hate to bother you, but some of the other customers are getting uncomfortable. It's fine. This couch and I are just getting to know each other a little better. No, she gets it like everybody gets it according to the law of California time. Little red Corvette. Um, you know. So like for example, there's this guy who was running a channel with charitable, saying like he's collecting money for charity, but he's not actually giving any money to the charity. It was pretty compelling stuff. Pretty compelling. But the most compelling channel of all is called A Chick Called Albert. Oh my God. It is the best YouTube channel on the internet. A Chick Called Albert. I will link to it. It's actually quite easy for you to find it because it's called youtube.com/a chick called Albert. What's my YouTube channel called? View your channel. It's called @Talking with Famous People. I have one of those names too. I wasn't sure mine had @ in it. I don't think you have to put the @ I think if you just put youtube.com/talking with famous people, it'll still show up. I don't know where the @ came from. Yeah, either one works. Either one of those works. Either @ or not @. So that's some news for you. That's some exciting news. Oh my God, that channel, it will make you cry. Nice thing about it is it doesn't have any talking in it really. They have some language stuff, but it's all like written words on the screen. And there's not a lot of that. It's just kind of a lot of music and showing what he's doing. Like this, like it's scored, right? They find music that represents the mood that's happening in the show. And it just shows him, like, he doesn't just rescue animals, although he does some rescuing of animals. The primary thing he does is he rescues eggs. So like if a nest gets blown out of a tree and there are some eggs that are not broken in the nest, but the mother's not going to be able to raise them, then someone will call him. He lives in the Netherlands, and he'll get the eggs, and then he will put them in an incubator until they hatch, and then he'll raise them until they're adults, and then he will let them go. You want fresh water? This water seems like it's probably a day or two old too. I'm cleaning out your water for you. No ordinary water will do. Here you go, Pudding McGregor. Yeah, you're a real Pudding McGregor. There you go. Oh yeah, yeah. Fresh water. Fresh and delicious as the sun. If you had to eat a heavenly body, I would recommend the sun. Because food should be hot. Or at least warm. You might want to let the sun cool down a bit before you eat it. I'm going to have this cup of coffee. I'm going to put some cream in it and milk in it. Go in the other room, read a few chats. Then I'm likely to wrap it up. Maybe I think what I'll do also is run by everybody some ideas of what I should do instead of continuing to live stream. Maybe a few things I could do in addition to continuing to live stream. All right. Creamer. Oh, kitty. I love how Capita drinks water with her paw. Instead of just drinking it directly from the bowl, a lot of times she'll put it on her paw and lick it off of her paw. Which is not something I've seen any other cat do particularly before. But she does. I remember this guy, I don't remember his name. This guy named Sleazy Wong who's around here, and he made all of these critiques, claims about how to take care of the cats better or whatever. You know, he didn't like the way we were giving them water. He said the water should be up high so they don't have to bend over to lick it. Like, you cannot tell me that somehow it's bad for cats to have to lick like they normally do. What? Why are you so old? Well, partially because I've lived a lot of years. I turn 19 tomorrow. So I'm trying to decide between going to college and becoming an OnlyFans model. Yeah, I'm sure I am protected in this modern day and age. Protected from a lot of stuff. Because I just think back to when I was a teenager or maybe early 20s, and I just did not have a lot of good judgment, made bad decisions sometimes, get drunk and make an ass of myself, lots of things like that. And how horrible it would have been to be as empowered as kids, teens, young adults are these days to make something that ends up kind of being permanent record. Like every bad memory of mine where I embarrass myself, act like an idiot or whatever, it just makes me cringe so much. You know what's the best anti-weight thing if you want to lose weight without taking Ozempic? In my experience, I don't know if this would be the same for you or not, but I find Wellbutrin is crazily appetite suppressing. Like I have been losing weight since I started taking Wellbutrin. Silver Surfer, I am fine. How are you? Are you doing right? Are you saying it's all good? I don't know. You tell me, should you say Silver Surfer? Hey, Ruben R is wet with water, of course, because he's in the shower. I am dry with disappointment. Never hear anybody use that expression, right? Why not? Gosh darn it, I am dry with disappointment. Yep, it's known for that. It's one of the few, unless more have been created since I'd heard that, Eric. I don't know what you're talking about, but I believe you anyway. What was I talking about? MK440 has a problem. His cat is trying to pull his or her pants down. Their pants down. Dry disappointed. You are making me dry with disappointment, mister. Women could use that expression, with their significant other. Like, if your husband doesn't come home with a loaf of bread that you told him to pick up on the way home, be like, Darren, I am dry with disappointment. You get back out there and get that loaf of bread. We need it. The Carsons are coming over this evening. Wellbutrin, 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 Wellbutrin. That should be their jingle. I'm gonna receive it. Yeah, it's known for that. It's one of the few, unless more have been created since I'd heard that. By Wellbutrin. That's crazy. Well, I'm getting soft with anger, darling. I am flaccid with anger at you right now. Well, I am dry with disappointment. When you had important things to do, but got caught up in a talking with life and people live stream instead. I was enraptured with rigidity, but now you've flaccidized me with anger. Do the dance in the Wellbutrin commercial. I don't know. Is there a Wellbutrin commercial? There should be a Wellbutrin commercial for sure. That's not what it's prescribed for, though, right? It's not prescribed for appetite suppressing. It's just way more effective at suppressing appetites than even amphetamines, which were at one point prescribed for repressing appetite. In my opinion, this is just my experience. People react very differently to different drugs. I tell you what you should not do. Don't take Wellbutrin with Prozac. In my experience, again, I'm not a medical professional, but that's my experience, is that they make you feel crazy together a little bit. OMG, foo you crazy. No, but other antidepressants can do the opposite. I mean, make you hungry. You know, I think the Wellbutrin commercial should go like this. Mom, I've got invasive negative thoughts, and I'd like to shed a few pounds. Well, Butrin. Introducing Wellbutrin. And then she tells them all about it. Oh, no. You've taken away the flop of loneliness and given me the bone of companionship. Is Vyvanse good? I mean, it can be quite powerful. You know. Hi, JC. What is up? Not much. I'm just doing a little streaming here. I wanted to do something else, but I could do something like while doing this potentially. And the thing I could do while doing this is be a pick-me girl. I really fully understand what a pick-me girl is now that I learned about this one lady. Her name is, I see a recommended video here. No, Vyvanse does not boof well. It doesn't boof at all. You can't boof it because it has to process through the liver. So I gotta see what this lady's name is real quick. What is this lady's name? I'm looking for this red-haired lady. That's not the same lady as the red-haired lady. She's a famous pick-me girl. She basically likes to say things like how women aren't smart enough to do this. I would agree with her that she's not smart enough to do much of anything. She's not very smart. I don't recognize her in that video. It's like, I don't know why she was on the picture, the thumbnail. Where is that red-haired pick-me girl? What was her name? Red-haired pick-me girl. Where? I guess I should have just put it into Google. Worst apology ever. Carl Jobst. The completionist's response is the worst apology ever. Carl Jobst is really effective. He would be a great lawyer. I respect his case building. You're not going to hear me say that about very many people. Red-haired pick me girl. This is the girl, but I don't know what her name is. All right, so let me show you a picture of her. I don't know what her name is, but this is what she looks like. Anyway, she helps me to get the concept of pick-me girls. I don't know if there's a lot of them or not, but it seems to me, even though she is an idiot, it seems to me that she probably just still nevertheless understands that she found something that that incels like, right? Girls saying like, we're too dumb to meow, meow, meow. I've seen a couple of videos kind of bashing her, and I understand why, but anyway, I've been watching a lot of these videos about that kind of stuff. It gets a little dark, you know. Some of it are less dark than others. I try to avoid watching the excessively dark ones. Okay, right. So what was I gonna do? One thing I could do, probably should do, is deal with weed, like harvest some, but really I should probably deal with the weed that's dry already. I don't know. I showed you what she looks like. And that'll have to do. Marjorie files for divorce from Steve Harvey. Is that true? So I guess I got into this kind of stuff, or was directed towards this kind of stuff, because I was watching all this Diddy stuff. But it makes me want to make some long form videos that I just narrate. And it doesn't have any of my face. I've done these things before, and they've come out, you know, some of them better than others, but it's a hard thing to make videos as good as the ones I watch, you know? It's really it really is a challenge. If I wanted to make videos as good as Carl Jobs' videos, it would take a lot of research, writing. You know, the bottom line is I need to do scripted stuff. Even in the ones that I've done before that have turned out well, I didn't really script it out ahead of time. I would still be like, I'd edit from freestyled stuff more or less. Whereas, if you want to make a really good long form video, you need to script it. And you need to pick the visuals carefully and then tell a story. It's the kind of videos I generally want to watch. I also have been watching some more like legal videos, also because of the Diddy stuff. Gotta put this in a jar or two. A couple of jars with the Gorilla Glue here. Then I could potentially go harvest some new branches, put that in there. It's getting hot in here. No, it's not getting hot in here. It's getting late in the year. This is different, right? Yeah, this is different. So I guess I took a bud from one of the other plants that I harvested. These smell way different. This is different. Okay, so that smells good. I gotta smoke that. I don't remember which plant I took it from, but. All right, let me fix this. Let me pull up the chat on the Meow. Oh, you know what else is going on, I think, today? And maybe the first game of the playoffs in baseball? Or it might be tomorrow. I'm not entirely sure. Okay. Top chat, live chat, pop out chat. Yeah, I need to do more scripted material. Maybe I'm a little scared to try it. It's not going to come out as good as I'd like it to. But that's why you got to work and rework scripts, You can do some of that in editing, but just got to take the time to do things properly. I don't see any baseball. Maybe it doesn't start. Oh, there it is. Oh, I saw it, but it was gone before I could click it. How sad. All right. We will now click it. Meow. And meow. Put that there. Put this here. Now pull this out. Make this go meow. Make this go meow. Put the tip out here. Bring it up here. Make it be a little bit longer. And then bring this thing up. And now we've got so much going on right now concurrently. And it's a wonderful time for everyone. There's a baseball game. I'm streaming. I can see the live chat at the same time as the baseball game without covering up the baseball game. There. That's fine. Okay. The Mets win the NL wild card against the Brewers. The Royals take the AL wild card opener against the Orioles. Tigers beat the Astros. Oh, this game's already over. It's 11:30 at night. I see. There's no reason to watch the baseball game. Now I saw the score. That's unfortunate. I am a baseball kind of guy, but I didn't watch any of the games today. I will make an effort to watch them tomorrow. I should have realized that today was the first day of the baseball playoffs and prioritize that a little bit more. Rich and I earlier watched a video by a great channel called Baseball Doesn't Exist.
Yeah.
And I'm going to put another link for another great channel. Baseball doesn't exist. And it was a very interesting video. You know, Rachel and I are Oakland Athletics fans, and accordingly, we're thrilled when something covers the Athletics. We're no longer Oakland Athletics fans. We're now Sacramento Athletics fans. Because we're just as far from Oakland as we are from Sacramento. We're like exactly 3 hours. I mean, exactly equidistant. Just about 3 hours away from each place. So, and we get both markets' sports teams. So we get the Bay Area's basketball team, which is the Golden State Warriors, and we get Sacramento's basketball team, which is the Sacramento Kings. So we'll get the Sacramento Athletics because we're as close to Sacramento as we are right now. Once they go to Las Vegas, I don't know. Maybe I'll switch teams. What am I doing, says Andrew Jackson. I am currently putting dried weed into jars because it's dry. And it needs to be put away so it doesn't get too dry. These aren't drugs. Okay. And how is that going to work playing at a AAA park? Oh, how's that going to work playing at a AAA park? Well, I mean, the Athletics only got fewer average attendance this year by a large margin than the capacity of that AAA park. Only on a couple of days did they get more, but one of them being the very last game at the Oakland Coliseum, which I think was pretty close to sold out. But it's going to be sold out as F for all of these games next year in Sacramento, and probably the year after that, and maybe even the year after that. And then, who knows? The biggest thing may fall through. It doesn't seem to me that Nevada is especially thrilled. Las Vegas is especially thrilled with getting the Athletics, given John Fisher's status as the most hated owner in baseball, and you know he's got a reputation for being cheap. He doesn't want to spend any money, and he wants to make a lot of money. So that's why the Athletics have the smallest payroll in baseball. I mean, I don't blame him for getting out of Oakland. I really don't. I understand that. Oakland's awful. I mean, Oakland is absolutely terrible.
Isolate the city?
Yeah, Rachel and I haven't been there all around all of Oakland or anything, but believe me, it's a nightmare. there may be nice parts or what have you, but by and large, it's a nightmare. Crime-ridden, etc. Oh, I need more jars. That's what I need.
Would you like a sweet and sour chicken?
No thanks. I am full as the Dickens.
No. Maybe I should take a look for you, Sharon.
I mean, you could ask Dr. Ingram about it. See what he says. And you could tell him that you mostly want it to lose weight, but that if it doesn't, if you, and see what he says, you know. But I've never encountered such an effective appetite suppressant before. I like just am barely eating anything.
You don't think I'm like so touchy about my weight.
Rachel, this is your you made the connection here, not me.
I know.
I yeah. You want your cake and eat it too when it comes to that stuff, which I understand, right? You want to be whatever weight you want it, you feel like being, and experience no judgment for that, regardless, no matter what. You know, it's like I'm not judging you. I don't care. As I've told you plenty of times, I think you're extremely sexy. But you know, you need to decide whether it's enough of a liability for you socially in general. In other words, you feel subject to a line of attack that you don't want to be subject to, then that makes sense. If it works for you like it works for me, if you take Wellbutrin, you will not be hungry. You won't have to use any self-control at all. Yeah, you just will not be hungry or have any desire to eat. But it might not work for you the same way. And it might interfere with... And it might also interfere with your sleep. Do you want to try one?
I have already.
Do you remember, but were you paying attention to whether it suppressed your appetite?
No.
How hungry are you right this second?
Not really hungry. I just know that I will be hungry before. Like, I like to have some kind of food in my stomach before I go to bed, because then I'll think about it.
Do you want to take one now?
Yeah, maybe I will. And then maybe the amount of sleep medicine that I'm taking will cancel out the Wellbutrin. You know, in terms of sleep.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much it'll keep you awake or not. I wonder if this is like, I have to call it in every month like the other stuff. Refill until 9/16/25. Oh. I guess it's not very...
You do have one refill?
Yeah. It says one refill. I wonder if I have to wait a full month to get that refill. I don't know. I've got... I one time I think I took 2 of these. That's it. One time, see what it would do. Rachel's taking that one time. I've been keeping up with the Israel thing. Not really. I'm.
Is there a dead mouse?
I kept up with it from when I was a teenager until I quit being a competition debate coach, because I was a debater in high school. It was an issue back then. Israel-Palestine was a debate impact that people appealed to when I was in high school in 1988, when I started debating, or 89, 87 maybe. Oh, good idea, Winston's mom. Thank you for thinking of that. I didn't even think about it. I mean, she's already taken one before, but it's fine. I appreciate that. Rachel is, she's already brought it back. Israel is the father of Islam. Wow, that's a really estranged father-child relationship. Let me check that link that Winston's mom put here with my checking finger. All right. I will put. See, the thing is, Rachel doesn't always take her Prozac. So, I don't know if she took it today or not. I think she a lot of times doesn't take it. Because I don't think she needs to take it every day. It's got a slow, stay in your system for a long time thing going on with it. All right, let's try Rachel's drugs. Prozac. Fluoxetine. 6 potential warnings. Well, Rachel doesn't have a history of seizures, so I'm not worried about that. Don't drink with it. Oh, is that what is going on? I thought it was doing. It says you shouldn't drink caffeine and Wellbutrin at the same time because they both increase blood pressure. And using them together have additive effects. I see. You're not normally supposed to take 2 antidepressants together. I don't think of Prozac as being an antidepressant. All right, so let me go back a page. Wellbutrin and olanzapine. Okay. Don't take these things with alcohol. All right. Wellbutrin and olanzapine, Wellbutrin and Prozac, Wellbutrin and clonazepam. Check interactions. Or you can add an additional drug. Oh, well, that's kind of nice. Clonazepam and olanzapine together cause low blood pressure, but but Wellbutrin and which one was it? Wellbutrin and caffeine cause high blood pressure. So they cancel each other out. Perfect. Don't stop taking Clonny all of a sudden. Says if you're taking Wellbutrin and you stop taking Klonopin all of a sudden, cold turkey after long time use, it can cause seizures. Don't take it with alcohol. Don't take it with alcohol. That's fine. No, we're taking anything with alcohol. Alright, so now let me put in the fourth drug. Fluoxetine. Fluoxetine. Check interactions. You have to create an account to do 4 or more medications. I don't want to create an account. Alright, I will take one of them off. I'll take the clonazepam off. Don't combine this with that. Tell your doctor before using Wellbutrin and Prozac together. Combining these can increase the risk of seizures, which may occur rarely with either medication. I'm not so worried about seizures. Don't take it if you have brain tumor or head trauma. Okay, good to know. Don't take those two together if you have brain tumor or head trauma. Bupropion and this. Yeah. Also, don't take Wellbutrin with olanzapine if you have a brain tumor or head trauma. So that seems fine. Don't drink alcohol. Don't drink alcohol. Don't drink alcohol. They all say don't drink alcohol, and then also you're not supposed to take caffeine with it. You know what? Screw you. Screw you. With your don't drink caffeine with it. I drink so much coffee every day. It's ridiculous. Most benzos need to taper off. I don't see anything too dramatic in terms of drug interactions, so it should be fine. What I do see is a need for an additional jar, and I have one right here. Jars, ding, 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 ding. All I really need are jars, ding, 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 ding. All I really want are jars, ding, 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 ding. And ding, 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 ding. Meow, 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 ding, 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 ding. Oh, I think I dropped a bit. That's all right. I want pizza. Instead of having pizza, you should take a Wellbutrin. Then you won't need to eat. You still need to eat. Like, I periodically will go get like 2 cheeses and like a piece of bread or something. The thing is, after a little while on amphetamines, you will stabilize your hunger. The hunger suppressing properties of it stabilize. So it stops suppressing your hunger after a while. The first couple of days you're on it, it does, but then that's it. Wellbutrin has continued suppressing my hunger all the way to suppress town for a long time now. I've got more jars, ding, 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 ding. All I really need are jars, ding, 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 ding. All I really want are jars, ding, 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 ding. To hold stuff in, ding, 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 ding. That it would only be a sin, ding, 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 ding. My pants are falling down. Oh dear God, my pants are falling down. My pants are falling down. There, what's this? What's this for? Why do you think Rachel did this? It's a mystery. Why would she put that there? I don't know. We'll find out when she comes back. Anybody want to make a guess as to why she put that there? Your sissy has gone for a toss? You mean like your femboy or what? Oh, you mean sister. I see. This is Northern Lights, and this is also Northern Lights. This one I don't have any label on it though. There's this guy who I will not name because I don't want to embarrass him, but seems like when he gets fucked up, he tries to get me to send him dick pics. I was like, no. Okay? I already told you no last time you asked me this. Northern Lights. Okay. I'll put it on the top here too. Okay. Now, got those. We've got these ones that need to be put away. Okay. I can send him a Richard Dreyfuss picture. You can send him a picture of a BBC. Send him a picture of Drake's dick and tell him it's mine. I am fluidly transracial after all. Okay, now we need to not drop this or these glass things will break. So even though okay, I'm gonna have to set this down. I will come back for these 3 other jars after I put this one away. Because obviously I have to take you with me. I would leave you in the hall to watch me, but I'm wearing, it's not really underwear, it's kind of like halfway between boxers and a swim shorts. But regardless, they're always falling down. The other problem. But I'm trying to keep all of our attention, above the waist. These canning jars sure do come in handy. these ones back with me. This is like one of those TE problems. How to carry all of these things in as few trips as possible. Keeping in mind I have to use one hand to carry this. These things will all stay here. Plus that. Just that. For most of the rest of this, there these go. Of this harvest, and for most of, I guess, I don't know if I have, do I have enough jars? I need to start saving every jar. If I start saving every jar, then we'll all have a Merry Christmas. What is this? Oh, these are the lids. These are extra lids. Alright, let me put these light bulbs up here. Get that one down. Let me move these over here. Police. Please pull that guy over. He says he's INTP. Okay, now we've got more jars. Well, I'm glad ChatGPT reassured you. That took a lot of bravery, Rachel. A lot of bravery. I know that ChatGPT's opinion is very important to you. Alright, so I'm going to go with this one. No, get a small one. Alright, so where's number 3? That I brought over here? This is number 2. Just put it in there. Well, there it is. All right. Put the lid back on this. All right. So I think I'm going to actually start curing the majority of this weed in the jar, which means picking it wet, manicuring it wet, and then putting it into the jars wet. You just have to burp the jars occasionally.
Where are the light bulbs now?
I just moved a couple of cabinets is this direction.
Okay.
Same shelf level, couple cabinets is this direction from where they
So
were.
They used to be there, but now they're
more there, yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So I've got that much dry Gorilla Glue to just smoke on. Plus I've got this. I don't know which one it is, but it's very different smelling than the Gorilla Glue. So I'm looking forward to Rachel coming and smelling it actually. It smells great. This might be Jack, I'm not sure. We'll see when I taste it. I don't know. I don't remember which plant I pulled it off of either. Okay. So what am I doing now? Right. Now I'm going to get weed to manicure and put into jars. The Gorilla Glue is ready to pick. So I'm going to take a few branches and make it in there. Turn that on. We're going to run out of jars pretty quick though. I'm going to need to get more jars or figure out some other alternative. I'll definitely save every jar from now on, but I haven't been saving all of my jars. I didn't know I was going to do it this way. So basically, Rachel and I need to buy some things that come in jars. Okay. I'm gonna cut. I guess I'll start from the bottom. That's enough to start off with. And you know, I like the idea of curing it in the jar. It'll stay fresh longer. Just gotta remember to burp it, you know. And I may even leave these jars open overnight before I lid them so they get a little bit of drying process. We'll see. This is my version of a chick called Albert doing ordinary farm stuff. That guy's great. That should be like a chick called Albert is the flagship of example of what YouTube can be at its best. But yeah, you do a lot of different things. Like, I think it's fair to say that Moist Critical is it makes me very happy that he's so successful. He's very reasonable. Got to get those scissors cutting clean. You want to start with them already resonated. So let's get it a little cleaner. Good. All right. Now we're going to do this so that you can experience the excitement and joy of truth. I need my glasses, of course. Walruses or the bee's knees? Is it commutative? Is that the right one? In other words, are therefore bees walrus knees? We're gonna cut away these leaves like nobody's business. Should turn on more lights. I do. I need better lighting. I was pleased to see that there's this guy who, his channel is about smoking cigarettes. And he also does things like have videos titled, "Today I go day drink and smoke cigarettes in my local park." I don't think his videos are all that great, but he gets a lot of action. Like, he's got a lot of subs, he gets a lot of views. He's got kind of this rebel thing going on, I guess. You know, he's fairly young. But I realized, like, okay, well, I think YouTube understands that different people have different niches, and they're not necessarily objecting to people, you know, finding their audience, even if it's a little bit edgy stuff. Whoa, careful, you guys. You're being reckless. I'll bring this closer. This is much better. Much, much better. Oh, motherfuck. Horrible. I am the carpenter. Huh. Because it was part of a story involving a carpenter and a walrus? Alright, I need to fix the lighting first, then I'll come back and do this. Be smart, Eric. Order of operations. God damn it. I'm so tired of my pants falling down. I gotta put on some pants. I'll be back. Okay, there. I'm back. I fixed that problem. Now I have real size modesty pants on, so Now we're cooking with biscuits. And now we're really cooking with biscuits. As much as biscuits can be cooked with. Alright, so step one is to get the leaves with your fingers. To the extent that you can. This Gorilla Glue is difficult to get the leaves with my fingers because it's very stringy. When you pull a leaf, it doesn't come off, it makes this little string. See? I do need to eat some food. I can tell that I'm hungry. I even feel kind of hungry. Thing is, I suspect that Wellbutrin is actually making my appetite about what it should be. Like, that is about how many calories I actually need to consume, which isn't a shit ton. Typically consume a lot more calories than I need to. But I'm not so worried about that aspect of it unless I get too skinny. Then I'll think, okay. But I imagine my body's kind of reaching an equilibrium. Wellbutrin is very impressive stuff in the way that it moderates your fiendiness. Like, I still take Adderall, but I take it as prescribed, more or less. It used to be, before I was on Wellbutrin, the speed of consumption of the Adderall would increase as my being on it lengthened. But not anymore. And in general, it makes me not very fiendy. Seems to be some kind of SI diminisher. Okay, you can only do so much in terms of pulling the leaves off with your hands, but before you start tearing up the bud like I'm doing now. Come on, you. Yeah, I gotta cut it now. All right. So then once you get the leaves that you can pull out with your hands, give it the haircut. You just give it a nice, neat cut all around. You can be more or less maniacal as far as manicuring. Like, weed sold in stores in California is maniacally manicured. They take off all kinds of the bud. I mean, like, things that I consider part of the bud, like these super cakey leaves here, so they'll cut all that stuff off. But this is just for me and Rachel's head, so it doesn't really matter how manicured it is. Obviously, I don't want it super leafy and stemmy, but I also don't want to take forever manicuring. Fortunately, Cameron's coming up to help us. So we're past the solstice, which means the days are getting shorter. We're under 12 hours a day now of sunlight. Moving towards the winter equinox. The on which, of course, the daylight hours are smallest. Okay, so that's good enough as far as manicuring. I get a couple little extra muggities here from the side. Maybe a meow or two. It'll be fine. There. Now we're gonna get a jar. A jar? You mean you're not gonna hang them up to dry? Yes, a jar. But I know. I've not tried this before either, but apparently you can, and it makes sense to do it because you don't really want your weed that dried out when you get around to smoking it. So apparently in jars we will slowly cure. You just have to burp it occasionally, which basically means open it and close it again. Power cycle it. You gotta power cycle your jar. I like this video a lot. I think it's a good idea. And later in the year, I'll be patting myself on the back for having done this, as I will have fresh weed throughout the year. Smalls. I shouldn't put these smalls in here. That's fine. Whatever. All right. I don't know what you said. If you process the entire stalk, I mean the stem? No, you can't smoke that. That would do nothing to you, I'm sure. Except make you cough a lot. All right. So I'm working my way up from the bottom and harvesting this. These bottom leaves are the least juicy. You got a lot of these smalls. Should make a jar of just smalls. Put the smalls in here. I'm not bothering manicuring them. Well, maybe pull off a little bit of leaf. After all, this is just the smallest jar. You don't need to manicure it. Just put them in there. It gets to some bigger buds, then you manicure. Okay, here. Trying to be efficient. I could get a fair amount of work done tonight. And, you know, this does qualify as work. It's not unpleasant work, obviously. But, you know, it can get a little monotonous. Okay. It's really interesting to see the way that different people deal with their internet fuck ups and why they fuck up. Like, there's one woman I was watching video on, and it seemed pretty clear to me that she had bipolar mania. Some people were like, they're not sure if she was faking or whatever. I could tell she wasn't faking. She has bipolar mania. And was in a manic episode and not taking her medication. People were getting concerned and stuff. So it's like, she kind of goes off, that lady kind of goes off the rails, but she has basically ongoing mental health issues. So there's that kind of story. Then there's the kind of story where somebody's doing great, then they make some kind of big mistake, and usually compound it by continuing to try to defend themselves or tell their side of the story when it's bullshit, stuff like that. Depending on what's going on, whether they're just, like a liar, who's just playing a character and they're not really like that. Well, that's one kind of variety of people. Like this girl's actually mean is a common thing that has happened. Like this person who plays this super nice guy character is actually a dick in real life. There's that. But there's additionally the ones who actually have done or are doing bad things, like a lot of times it's like texting underage people stuff that's inappropriate. But sometimes it's other stuff, being an abusive and whatever boss partner. Like there's this video of this douchebag, forget what his name was, but his pregnant wife, he was just being so petulant in it. I couldn't believe it. It was leaked footage where basically he was trying to send her to he needed her to have, he was double binding. He wanted her to have purchased meow at the supermarket. She hadn't. She offered to go back and get it, but he didn't want her to take the car, because then what was he going to do if he needed to do something? And she was like somebody who knows how to be in a healthy relationship, and he is obviously toxic, but she hadn't figured it out yet at this point in this relationship. I'm assuming they figured that out now. Okay. This is a lot. I think it's just better in all ways to try curing this in the jars. It's more efficient. It's a lot of things. Trim this first. Okay. Smalls. This stuff is so sticky. It's difficult to believe how sticky it is. There's no doubt as to why it's called Gorilla Glue. It's sticky AF. It doesn't smell particularly good, it doesn't taste particularly good, but it's super stony. I appreciate when they are prioritizing something other than high THC score. I don't think Gorilla Glue number 4 has an especially high percentage of THC, but it's very much more stony than lots of weeds that have a higher percentage. Because it's not just THC that gets you high. It's a whole variety of things. Of course, if I cure it in jars are going to be not particularly full, probably. I want to leave some air to go through there, you know. But I could probably fit one more branch worth in this one. Let's see. It does make sense, but what is a syllogism? A syllogism is one of those questions like, all pigs oink, I oink, therefore I am a pig, which is invalid. Or, all pigs oink, I'm a pig, therefore I oink, which is valid.
My OCD is coming out and I want to help you manicure.
Okay, well, I'll have to get more branches.
Oh. Do we have enough?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm planning on harvesting. There's no reason to... If I'm going to cure it in the jars, then there's not really any reason to leave it on the plant any longer. It's done. The Gorilla Glue is definitely all the way done.
Okay.
And let me just finish this one up, and then I'll go get us some more branches. You want to pull your trash can out to cut leaves into?
Where am I getting a trash
Your
can?
trash can from back there.
Oh, already.
Okay. Just give me a second, I'll take the trash out. Okay. So sticky. Get off of there. Get off of there. Get off of there. You. This needs to be. Can you hold this for a second?
Sure.
Oh my God. Everything about these things is so sticky.
Sticky.
But you know what else?
Alcohol?
It's here, but I'm gonna use this. It's faster. Okay. Now what you should do is smell that. Smell that, and then smell the Gorilla Glue.
Oh my God, it smells so good.
Right? So that's definitely not the Gorilla Glue. I must
No.
have pulled that off of one of the other two plants. I'm not sure which one.
It smells so good.
Yeah, so we'll smoke this in a second.
Okay.
I'll take this back, thanks. Let me just give this a trimity dim as per Mia. And Mia. Okay. Just gonna cut this into here. This. These. And these ones can go in the smalls. So for these smalls, let's not bother manicuring them.
Okay.
As we move up the plant, there won't be very many smalls, but I'll just throw a couple of leaves away. Then we just put it in the smalls jar.
Okay, so we're gonna have a specific small jar.
This is the smallest jar.
Okay. Do you mind if I clip them? I mean, if they're like really...
If you want to, that's fine. You can put it in. These are empty jars. We should probably make this the smallest jar.
The small jar? Okay.
Yeah, because we're going to have plenty of smalls. And yes, this would be nice to take like these leaves off and stuff. But it depends how much.
Yeah, sometimes they
how much work you
yeah.
want to do, you know, and how much is worth it to do the extra work, because some of these are mostly all leaf, and it's just like, why even bother with being careful about manicuring such tiny buds. As we get up the plant, as I said, there'll be fewer smalls. For now, that's fine. Okay, this jar is fullish. Yeah, I think it's about full. So, is this the wrong lid? Yes, this is the wrong lid.
Right?
Mm-hmm. All right, now I'll go out and we'll get some more branches. Oh yeah, I could ask Cameron if he's got any jars, but I could just get some more jars, which is fine. I think they sell them in a variety of sizes at either the hardware store or the supermarket.
Oh, really?
Yeah, if not, I could mail order some. Okay, so let's go out here, get a couple more branches. I think I watered today. Let me water first. Okay. So you get a flashlight as well before I do this. Actually, I don't need to do that right now. Let's get a couple branches. Okay. I'm going to do one other thing. Let me get this little one from this other plant. Just let that dry out on its own. Once we get back in there though, I want to smoke that other weed that we haven't smoked yet. Which may or may not be this thing that I cut this little tiny bit off of. You ordered yours from Amazon? Yeah, I should order some. Should probably do so soon. So we'll need a lot of them soon. And the thing is about this is different. This is a little teeny bug from one of the other plants. So I just pull these leaves off. And then I want to smoke this one, Rachel, before we start manicuring.
Okay.
You want to try it? We've never tried this weed before.
No.
This will be our first time trying it, at least at any decent level of maturity. Snip, snip, niggity, snip. Okay, this goes over here to dry in its own special place. Fine, just fall. Now this weed smells so different than the other weed. I'm excited to see what it's like. Looks juicy. Okay. Try this one on for size, Rachel. Get a lighter right there. That would be a good gift. We'll definitely give some to the neighbors.
Yeah.
Is that for Gorilla Glue? This is Gorilla Glue number 4 too, so maybe a little different.
That's good.
This Gorilla Glue is much more of the diesel variety tasting than anything else. It's like, it not only doesn't have a good taste, it has kind of a bad taste, but it's not the kind of bad taste that I dislike a lot. In other words, it doesn't taste like dirt. There's this strain called cheese. I think it tastes like dirt. I don't like weed that taste like dirt. Put that over there. Now, let's try it. Let's see how well it works. God damn it. There. Fingers are sticky, so it's hard to do it. I think that's super skunk because I don't think it's Jack. Alright, now, by the way, these are the ones that are dried for us to smoke
Okay.
further until we run out of it. So, do you want a bong rip of Gorilla?
Sure.
I need to wash my hands.
They sticky?
Well, not only are they sticky, but they have a bunch of like cat hair and stuff stuck to them.
Oh.
I go wash my hands in here. A little bit of this rubbing alcohol. Well, my hair is still sticky, but it's still clean. Okay. Now I'm going to pack both Rachel and me a bong rip of the Gorilla Glue. Then I will also get down to the important business of manicuring. Bong, here you are.
This is a small, right?
Yeah, that's fine. Don't worry about it. Like, if you put one that's too big or one that's small, it doesn't matter at all.
Oh no.
That's fine, Marcus Aurelius. I'm speaking, Rachel's speaking. We're doing stuff, you know. Some streams are more actively about talking, in which case I'd probably have ended the stream by now. But for this stream, it's like, keep me company while we're doing chores. Keep us company. So if you feel like doing that, great. If not, that's fine too. I don't care if there's anybody here or not. I mean, that doesn't mean I don't care about you. It just means that I would continue in this fashion even if there were 0 people here. So I think that other bud that we smoked is not Jack.
Oh, it's not Jack.
And I think that we haven't tried the big one on the end yet. That's what I think.
That makes sense. I feel like you would know.
You want this bomber?
Yeah.
That's fine, weird though. Sorry.
It's okay.
Girl. Oh. Alright. Now, I'm going to get this jar to put weed in. I'm going to jar up the dry stuff again for smoking. Now we've got manicuring to do. So I'm going to bring my trash can here. I never emptied yours, huh? Let me do that next. Well, I had left the trash cans up on the street.
Oh.
So I had to go get one of those at least. It was so dark I could barely see it there, so I have to go
Wow.
back and get the rest of them. I remember a time when you used to just speak to the camera and not respond to the chat. Well, I mean, that was and that's true of long form videos. It's been true in some live streams, but that's not typically my MO these days. I think I usually, probably I'd say 90% of the time, I'm mostly engaging with the chat. Maybe more than that. But I guess I'm saying I don't think that's true. I don't think I ever didn't engage with the chat when live streaming. Unless it was like right around my dad's death, maybe. Then I might have done that.
I like to think that things that happen right around here doesn't count as ever happening.
It doesn't count as ever happening. Well, that's the luxury of NI, I suppose. It doesn't really bother me now. I feel pretty good. I feel okay. I feel like, all right, things are moving along. I just tend to kick into gear after a very slow September, in which we spent a lot of the month waiting.
Yeah. That was a bit stressful.
I think it would have been a lot more stressful if I hadn't been on this Wellbutrin for at least part of it. How long have I been on it? Like almost 3 weeks or something? No.
Yeah.
Did I get it? I got it a couple days after I got my Adderall, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, got my Adderall on the 16th. It's the 18th. Today is the 2nd. Probably have 10 or 11 of these left. Where are they? Here. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I have 12 left.
Out of both Butrin?
Yeah. And I'm supposed to take, I was supposed to run out like on the 18th. Today's like the 1st. So I'm going to run out like 5 days early, I guess. But that's okay, because I think I can get it refilled early. It doesn't say anything about it being like a scheduled substance or anything. It has a refill on it. Well, I can find out when I go to the pharmacy.
I have to re-up on gabapentin soon.
Okay. It is the San Francisco treat after all.
It is.
Put my glasses on. So I can see what I'm doing with my eyes. And you can hear what I'm saying without listening to lies.
I like that. The lyrics should be I can see what I'm doing with my eyes.
I can see what I'm doing with my eyes.
Yeah.
There. Okay. There. Yes. Yes, yes, no, no, yes, yes, no. There we go, and there we go. Clippity clop, cloppity clip. Oh my god, I lost my shit. So, I think a lot of people agree with me. People in the legal profession who know about things like criminal law, like this channel I watch called Law and Crime. I mean, I just started watching it for Diddy coverage. It's very legalistic angle on it. And they make really good content, I think.
Yeah, they do.
They do a good job of covering like sensational trials.
Yeah. That's the channel that I watched during Johnny Depp and Amber Heard's trial. Because I wanted to get the facts. I didn't want to just hear like gossip, you know?
Right. But you're a lot less interested in this one than that one, huh?
Oh no, I'm interested.
And the Diddy
But
stuff?
I'm like,
It's
what do
pretty
they call-
dark.
I'm hanging back. I'm hanging back because I want to see what comes out.
I mean, it's already so much awful, horrible
I
stuff
mean,
come out.
It's all people that like don't surprise me at all. Like,
Are you talking about?
well, except for Pink. Pink kind of surprised
Well,
me.
Pink, it's unclear if
Why
that.
she-
Yeah, but the thing is, the fact that she deleted all her tweets in February doesn't mean it wasn't in preparation for this, because this has been coming down the grapevine for a while, and people close to the investigation, I don't doubt, knew. You know, if it wouldn't shock me if you know, she was advised to do that by her lawyers after someone contacted them as a possible witness in one of the myriad of lawsuits.
Yeah.
Okay, so as I mentioned before, we are going to jar cure this weed, which basically means put it in the jar wet and occasionally, quote unquote, burp the jar. And it will gradually get dry over the coming weeks and months.
Was it you who reported that Diddy's like having withdrawals?
No, I not heard that. Withdrawals from what?
Like the drugs that he's used to taking.
Oh, that's not surprising. That might be something he's able to get with corrupt guards and there's different ways that people smuggle drugs into them. Yeah.
Yeah.
So not inconceivable that he could get some of that. Whatever it is he's taking. Immorality juice. Wickedness.
Yeah.
Wickedness pills.
So wicked. So wicked.
Too much weed makes you dumb and lazy. Oh, yeah, yeah, it does. Well, thanks for that insightful comment, Reggie.
Thank you, Reggie.
You're a real winner in the game of life. Originally, I played the game of life not that long ago.
Yeah.
It was fine, I guess, you know.
Pass the time.
Yeah, it was fine. I'm going to pull some leaves. Pull some leaves. Chris Isaac Wicked Games. I've not heard about that.
think you'd know if you heard it.
I do know that that for at least the last year, Diddy's been trying to stop his criminal behaviors and trying to set up himself up with a good image going into this thing. So apparently, like for the last year, he's tried to be on his best behavior, both in terms of not doing bad things and in terms of trying to be a philanthropist. So if he knew long enough to be changing in anticipation of this thing and hopeful that somehow everything that came before that will be washed clean by this 1 year of supposedly changing his ways.
Wait, really? Are people really gonna be like?
No, he's nuts if you think that's gonna work. I mean, the thing is, all he did was he went from being very brazen in his like supervillain ways. I'm sure he's still engaged in some of that villainous shit, but as it was coming down the turnpike that he was going to get sued and then there's going to be an indictment and all this stuff, he was aware of this beforehand. In fact, he was in New York to turn himself in. Then they arrested him.
Wow. I thought that's where he was hiding. Ah.
No, he fully expected to get bail. Is what he expected. Expected to be out on bail, and then to tie this up in pre-trial motions for the next 2 to 3 years, as much long as he possibly could, while he sat at home and negotiated from a position of strength with prosecutors rather than from a position of weakness, which he's in now, having to deal with prosecutors from prison. Because now he's got an impetus to get to a trial quickly. He doesn't want to spend. If he thinks there's a chance he's going to get off, which he clearly does, he's deluded, but
Yeah, he does.
then he's definitely going to push for a speedy trial. It doesn't, even if he doesn't think he's going to get off, it doesn't hurt for him to push for a speedy trial now because he's already in prison. So I think that was very helpful to not give him bail. Otherwise, we'd all be fuming while he and a PR team tried to repair his obviously irreparable image, dealt with lawsuits and stuff here on the outside. He had a chance to move money around in places where it wasn't going to get, got by civil litigants, etc. Now he's in a hailstorm of nightmarish legal shit coming at him from all directions, civil and criminal. So,
didn't the judge say that she didn't trust him not to do, make plans or give people money?
He basically said he's a threat to safety and security of people. Basically he's a menace. But the reasoning, I think, probably in the official justification was linked to very substantial evidence of witness tampering in the past.
Yes.
Once you're engaged with witness tampering, then the courts, they're like, no more bail for you because when you are free on bail, you're going to use that liberty to obstruct justice,
Yeah. Smart.
Well, the thing is, Winston's mom, I've watched some videos on this subject, and it's a lot more of a challenge to get out of the country than people might think. And even if he were to do that, he'd still have to go to a country that doesn't have an extradition treaty with the United States, which can be iffy. I mean, I agree with you. I'm surprised he didn't leave the country. I'm glad he didn't. And follow that option when it was still an option. But I suspect he was on do not leave the country orders from some time back. He would have had to be a little bit smarter, see it coming down the road a little bit sooner than he was informed of it, and or they made that restriction and get out of here then. Or after they made the restriction, hire a boat to get him out of here.
We're putting them into the jars now.
Yeah. So if I will put your manicured ones into jars. That's fine.
Okay.
Okay. So.
Fucking Ellen. Like, she's gotta be a narcissist in some way.
Oh yeah. I mean, I watched somebody's review of her unbelievably horrible comedy special, which is just her whining and complaining about how she's been victimized and pretending as though the critiques of her have to do with her being a woman or something.
Oh my god.
Just like, shut the fuck up.
Like, I wonder if they put a laugh track in to make it seem like more people were laughing, because she wasn't even funny.
I agree. I don't know. But I do know that she's a bitch.
She is.
And it seems like she was not super distant from Diddy even.
No, she is, seen in her interviews being like, hey, so how come I haven't been invited to your parties? And she's like, what time do they start? And, he's like 9:30, and she's like, okay, like, well, how about, like, when the real party starts? He's like, oh, they, like, last till, like, 3 in the morning, or something. She basically, like, was like, yeah, and by talking about his parties.
Yeah, I've seen some very uncomfortable clips with Ellen basically not respecting the guest or other person's boundaries.
Really?
Yeah. Like being a little bit teasy, insisting on asking questions but they don't want to talk about. Stuff like
Yeah, she does. She did do that a lot.
I guess she thought it made her some kind of hard-hitting journalist. I don't know.
Must have.
She obviously got her medium confused with journalism in any case. She's not there to ask gotcha questions.
No. One of her favorite things to do on the show was scare Jennifer Aniston. So, like, when Jennifer Aniston was on the show, she would, like, have people, like, stand behind her door and, like, come out and pop out and scare her. It's like, that's not nice.
I hate that kind of shit, like, let me involuntarily include you in my muggity meow attempt at humor.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
And, like, Jennifer Aniston tried to do it back to her, and she's such a nice person. Like, whatever, she gives me a good impression, but she's so nice that she, like, couldn't do it. Like, she was so bad at it. Like,
yeah, she seems nice to me too.
yeah.
I think I'm gonna do this. That'll work. Of course it's not gonna work. Could I fit more in here? Could I fit the rest of these in here? How full is that? It's a little full. Fit the rest of them in there. Put it in here. Pya. Here. Pya. Here. Pya. Stem out of there. Here. Should put that in there. Yeah, that's fine. That in there, that in there. Good. Alright, now I need to get another lid. One of these ones. Okay. Is this the right size lid? Yeah. Is it? No, it's not. Gosh darn it. Alright, that's fine. Just have to deal with the fact that that lid, that jar doesn't have a lid there.
So sticky icky.
Yeah, it is. It's sticky like Sunday morning.
Yeah. Saturday in the park. I think it was the 4th of July.
People meowing, people meowing, people saying meow meow.
What a turn!
Yeah, horrible. It's a horrible, horrible song.
This is such a little.
Okay, this one, where's that pen? There it is. Is a 3. Proving waffles can get 100,000 subs. I still don't have milk. Have I ever been to a Diddy party? I am pleased to say no, I have not.
No.
I thought about asking Rachel that after watching some of the videos.
Really?
Like, maybe I better ask Rachel if she's ever been to a Diddy party.
No, you know, honestly, okay, like, if I were a young actress and I was invited, I'd probably go and then, like, be like,
This is making me uncomfortable. See, then
Yeah,
they would
yeah.
have drugged you, though.
oh, shit.
That's the problem with going to a Diddy party is you think it'll be fine as long as you just say, no, I'm not going to do anything I don't want to do until all of a sudden
Damn.
you get roofied.
Get fucking roofied. Oh, man, and, I would hope that I'd have, like,
Somebody with you to take care of you.
or someone to tell me not to go.
Either way, one of the two.
That's so hard, like, if you're young, like, and just coming up into the, I don't know, coming up into the business. At that time, Diddy, like, his reputation.
I mean, I didn't know any of this until I heard it, until this whole case broke.
Me too. So, like, you know.
The thing is, I might have heard some, like, gossip rumors about, say, let's see. Well, I mean, like, I knew about Ashton Kutcher before this whole Diddy stuff came up, about that woman who,
Oh, yeah, you did.
who some people allege killed that lady in Los Angeles. So he did call Danny Masterson his mentor.
It's a little dangerous.
But so, I mean, I think that Danny Masterson had something on Ashton Kutcher, and that's why he even wrote that letter in the first place.
Could be.
Because obviously he's got a little bit more sense about how things are going to play than that.
Yeah.
He says Danny Masterson's family asked them.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's a believable alternative, but
You still don't have to agree to it.
right. And after given that they presumably know the details of the case, why would they want to? Once they realize, if they didn't know beforehand, once they do realize what a scumbag he is, why would they still write that letter? I would even believe that Ashton Kutcher told Mila Kunis that the family asked them.
That's true.
But that Mila Kunis didn't even hear it herself. I don't know how deep she is into this shit.
Neither. Like, is she just like madly in love with him and just like overlooks everything?
I mean, he could have. I think one possible narrative is this: that at a certain point he turned over a new leaf because he's got his finger kind of on the pulse of things.
Yeah.
He could see the Me Too writing on the wall either before it happened or shortly after it began happening. Cleaned up his act and giggity mad. But the thing is, I've not heard any women come out and allege anything against Ashton Kutcher. But that could be because he successfully like bribed them or something.
Yeah.
One never knows.
He cheated on Demi Moore and they were together. They should never been together.
That was a weird relationship.
Yeah. Yeah, he like had two women in a hot tub. He's that kind of guy. He's like that kind of guy.
Yeah.
So like dirty business in Hollywood, it doesn't surprise me with Ashton Kutcher.
Yeah. Good night, Nate. Have a great evening. Don't forget to eat plenty of cheese. And enjoy your television. I also like to watch television sometimes.
I like to watch television too. I'm probably more of a YouTuber watcher though.
I consider that watching television.
Yeah, that is.
All right.
It was very gratifying to hear that our neighbor watches a lot of YouTube too. I was like, all right, cool.
It took me a while really to start watching YouTube. Historically, I was not a YouTube watcher.
Really?
Yeah, I guess I just ran out of other TV. That's what happened. Then I started watching YouTube. But then there started being some, variety of things that I actually actively like on YouTube.
Yeah.
Where's... Oh, wait. You don't want to do it like that, Eric.
One time, YouTube suggested this like INFJ channel to me, and I was like, all right. I'm like, first of all, I'm like, this is bullshit. I just knew, but I was like, all right, let me listen to it, and I was like, she was talking about how INFJs have deep emotions, and that's why they need to be alone with themselves to process these deep emotions. And I was talking to ChatGPT. I was like, this woman says she's an INFJ, but she says she has deep emotions and she needs time to herself to process them. And ChatGPT was like, that sounds like FI.
Good.
Yeah.
ChatGPT's learning something, huh?
Yeah.
Good for ChatGPT.
And I was like, yes, it does sound like FI.
It does to me too. A lot of people just don't understand cognitive functions at all.
Right. And I didn't either for the longest time.
It's not necessarily easy. It's
It's not necessarily easy.
but what will probably make it a lot easier for everybody is if I had up in the top screen while streaming thing that said uh, 4 fields, 4 kinds of attention, 2 kinds of values, 8 possible slots. And two kinds of attention, 2 kinds of 2 attentional frames, I guess, which is to say communication and experiential, 2 time frames, which is the same thing basically, except it's operationalized to say whether experiential is real time and communicative is turn based. I think that's an excellent. It's excellent that there's such a great analogy there from video games or other kind of games that make it intuitively clear that there are indeed 2 different kinds of time. On the one hand, you've got regular amount of time. The amount of time it takes me to say this is measured in seconds, okay? On the other hand, you've got an attentional amount of time. The amount of time it takes somebody to read what I'm saying, for example, and process it. If those 2 things are different, then, or if it doesn't make any sense to say that, then you're talking about experiential. Like, I can't play a soccer game faster or slower than it might be a little bit longer or less long depending on whether there's stoppage time, but the bottom line is soccer is a timed game. It's 45 minutes a half, and there's no way to play a full soccer game in under 90 minutes. It's just not possible. On the other hand, how long did it take to read this book out loud? Well, people could continue trying to do that and eventually get to a faster amount of time than anybody else before, and they can keep records like that because time can be rendered into one of the expressions, is one of the expressions of the action rather than implicit to the action. Like with real-time action, it takes a certain amount of time to do a certain thing. I could do it faster. I could do the same thing faster, but it wouldn't be exactly the same thing. On the other hand, I could read exactly the same words faster, and they'd be exactly the same words. We can try to regulate some physical things so that it is exactly the same thing, and that's how we do competitions. Like, there's this competition for Rubik's Cube. Call it it's like 4x4 Rubik's Cubes. So they're quicker to do, and the kids compete at it. Other people compete at it too, I guess. But so there's this cheating scandal because there's an element of that game that's hard to say. It's like in power walking. In power walking, they have a rule where both your feet have to keep in contact. One of your feet has to keep in contact with the ground at all times. And there's something else they have to do that if they don't, they're breaking the rule. And they have to have judges along the way to say whether or not they're breaking that rule. And it can be pretty subjective. Like, say a holding call in football, it can be sometimes kind of subjective. And a lot of other kind of things like that can be kind of subjective. On the other hand, we don't need to be subjective at all about language because the person said exactly these words. It's either a quote or it's not. If I quote you someone's words, then you know exactly what they said, and there's no subjectivity in it at all as to what they said. They said exactly these words. It's possible to write down someone's words and retain a permanently accessible version of that action. You can take yourself by quoting the person. Words are actions that one person makes that another person can imitate perfectly, is another way to put it, right? Because it is true that that's not technically correct, because there's communicative aspects that are physical, like body language, facial expression.
Can I have the rubbing alcohol?
Sure. Here you go, Lady Pants.
Thank you, Mr. Pants.
Okay. We'll put this in here. Actually, let me fill up Rachel's jar over here. Since she's got this big jar. Got it on there. There. Okay. 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 Thank you. It just sucks. Like, I feel so fucking inept that I couldn't help him, you know, and then I got bummed out so I didn't clean the house this whole time. Who are you talking about? Are you talking about Joe Biden? Or are you talking about a sick cat? I see. Well, do you watch, by the way, if you like saving animals and stuff, you ever watch the channel called A Chick Called Albert? Okay. I will put it here. It's funny that you use those words over the rainbow. My woman insists on playing over the rainbow when we have to put them down. We have a special lantern that we put the very special one's ashes in. That reminds me of the hilarious story my friend David Porter told me one time about his chickens. Dave had chickens, like a lot of people, I suppose. And I said, what do you do when they die? Do you bury them? You just throw them in the trash can? What? He's like, I don't just throw them in the trash can. And I'm like, oh, what do you do? He's like, well, I prepare a box and I fill it with some soft hay and I lay the chicken in the box and I put the lid on the box and then I throw it in the dumpster. I said, oh, okay. And he's an ISFJ animal lover kind of guy. I'm an animal lover too, but I don't really want to take care of a lot of animals. Loving animals and wanting to be an animal caregiver are different things. Get some of these bigger stems out of here. There. Oh, it doesn't do any good if you drop the stem into the jar. Or got off of me, sticky bottoms. Okay. There. All right. Muggity, meow. Wait, is this the smallest jar? Oh, Eric, you dumbass. That's fine. Whatever. Just put it in the smallest jar. What a dumbass I am. Just put it in this jar. Don't be a dumbass. Okay, that's fine. The rest of that can go in there. All right, there. Now, this is the smallest jar, Eric. Remember that. This one you might be able to fit some more in, a little bit more. That's fine. That's fine. That's it. Got this one. This is also a 3. Let me write that on here with my pen. Number 3. Put that over there for now. This one's done. Oh, you know what? Seems to me like it's not put in there very efficiently in terms of placement. Probably put a little bit more in there. I don't want to squish it. I don't want to get it all smushed down. So this one needs 3 on it as well. All right. Now get another jar. For this one, put this in. And then we'll go get another branch or 2. I'd like to get 1 whole 8-pack of little jars filled up with this. That'd be a good start. So I'm going to go get a couple more jars. A couple more branches. Yeah, I have still no electricity, so I'm on the phone, says Jonathan Earl. Well, you must have a landline. Oh, no, you're on your phone. I see. I get it. Never mind. Now I understand. It took me an awfully long time because I'm very dumb. But at long last, I finally understand. All right. What did I come back here for? Oh, right. A flashlight. Or as the British call it, a torch. Is there some storm someplace? All right. Making some pretty good progress here on this. You might be able to see. Get this one chopped off. And this one chopped off. And we get this one chopped off. I don't know if I got a lot more than 3 more branches left in me, but let me get actually this little one up here. Here we go. We'll go back inside and manicure this, then put it in jars. Who's Dame? Okay. We'll get some leaves off of this. Awards and prizes. I think some about these various awards shows they have for Hollywood, like the Oscars and the Grammys and the Emmys, the Tonys. Streaming platforms used to have that, like YouTube used to have that kind of thing too. And they still give out like plaques if you get to a certain number of subs. But the thing is, I'm not sure. I would suspect that they're going to increase the amount of subs you need to have to qualify as for their advanced partner program. From what I understand, the people who have a lot of subs and whose videos get a lot of streams, that they earn as much as $20 per 1,000 views in ad revenue. Now, the thing is, obviously, I'm not getting anything close to that in ad revenue. Because even in months when I've had hundreds of thousands of views, I've never made more than $150. Of course, views on shorts don't count very much for money. The videos that earn a lot of money from ad revenue are videos that are about 10 minutes long and engage the audience for the whole of that 10 minutes. Those are the ones that you can get good money at. But there's also the preferential rate they pay for ad revenue once you have 100,000 subs. I suspect they'll raise that number for preferential rate. So even if I had 100,000 views in a month just on live streams and or long form videos, which I certainly have, like at the peak of the growth of the channel back when I started vertical streaming, I was getting hundreds of thousands of views in a month, probably like 200,000.
Sorry.
Maybe that's okay. Maybe 300,000 at tops, you know. But I didn't see anything close to $3,000, like $150. So, if in fact, you know, that's because of say preferential rate, well then if I could get that rate of $20 per 1,000 views, then I would have made like $3,000 that month. So, where instead of $3,000, I was making a tenth of that would be $300. So half of a tenth, 5% of that rate. Pretty crazy, huh?
Yeah, it is.
I get it. I think it's not necessarily a bad idea for you to destructure things like that. It rewards those who are most successful disproportionately, and thereby makes succeeding something to aspire to. Okay. You've been learning about meshtastic Laura, huh? I don't know what that is. I will tell you the following, though. Birds are born one of two ways. Precocial, which means they can move around, have their eyes open and stuff shortly after birth, or I think it's alcotial, maybe it's acotial. I'm not sure, but it means you're born with your eyes closed and you can't really do anything. You're helpless at birth, and you still need to be taken care of a lot. You know, a lot of caretaking from the parents. And I didn't know that those were the words for that category of thing. And I had never even thought about the distinction before. Like, cats are born with their eyes shut for a while, whereas other kind of mammals might be born able to do a lot of stuff right away. Yeah, Winston's Bomb, a lot of them go live on both YouTube and Twitch and then post a link on Twitter when going live to prompt more of their following to join. That feeds the algos. What if they was a single app that did all that for me? Or I just started a live stream on YouTube like usual and then it did all that other stuff. That'd be great. Now I need another piece of paper. Does anybody know? I'm gonna do my imitation of this guy. If you know whose YouTube channel I'm talking about, I want you to tell me his name. I cannot figure out what his name is. But really, the show's about Homer, and people who don't get that should listen to me. You know what I'm talking about? Anybody? All right. Making progress. That's for sure. No, he's not Australian. He goes like, some people say that the show is not meh, but the show is about Homer, so meh 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 meh. And there's that other guy who goes, strange, isn't it? But it gets even stranger. He talks about a thing, but then he draws his conclusion like this. He does it on like every sentence, practically. Do you know what I'm talking about, Acacia? I don't remember even what kind of videos exactly it is that he makes. I can hear his voice very clearly. Like the first time I heard it, I was like, why is he talking like that? Well, if you can figure it out at some point, make a note of it, all right? Even if you can't remember tonight, if you figure it out sometime, tell me, because I want to look at that guy's videos again. Not because I remember liking the videos or whatever, just I want to hear that guy's funny way of talking again. You're hungry? I'm pretty hungry too. I should eat something. I wonder if maybe Rachel could cook a meow for me and bring me a meow, maybe. If she's not busy. If she's in bed, that's fine. I should need to do that. Do it myself. I don't know what she's up to. I didn't get the sense that she was in bed because it's Wellbutrin. It's not like Adderall, but it does kind of keep you awake too. It does have impacts on dopamine. Is it this guy?
Coming up in this video.
Yeah, that's it. Wow. Chills. Great job, Winston's mom. Impressive. Impressive indeed. I'm so surprised that worked out. You got the right guy. Bro looks like a struggling werewolf. Struggling to do what? I consider myself a thriving werewolf. Okay. These need to be cleaned. Yeah, that's the guy for sure. The channel's called Chills. Alright, now they are. Thank you, Casey. Well, you and Winston's mom both knew exactly who I meant. I'm impressed. I find it unlikely That guy's gonna copyright me if we hear a little bit of his voice. Let me put it on so we can listen to his strange voice. Why does he talk like that? I don't know. Nobody knows. It's a mystery. Okay, let me put it on so we can listen to it for a second.
A home intruder breaking in the middle of the night.
All right. Well, he's been making these things for years.
Chills. Number 5. This all happened about 3 hours ago. I moved back in with my mother about 2 weeks ago due to my lease ending at my apartment, and my girlfriend and I splitting up about a month before the end date. She took the place that we looked at together, and since she had put down the security deposit and paid everything up front, I didn't have a lot of say in the matter. My mother offered to let me stay in her spare bedroom for a month or two while I get back up on my feet and save until I can get my own place. This was a disaster waiting to happen, and my mother and I don't live well together. Without any options on such short notice,
On such short notice.
and moved in. It's a
All right,
small town
enough of
close
you.
to-
Enough of your talking. That's fine. You talk fine. Chills. People think it's autism? Okay, whatever. I don't think it's autism. I just think that he talks like this. What do I need? I need a jar. When do I need it? Right now. What do I need? I need a jar. When do I need it? Right now. Jake Crowder? Is that what his name is? He's a asswipe of all time. That's one of the reasons why I said I'm glad I didn't have YouTube when I was young. Because I wouldn't have been that bad, but if I had gotten reinforced for that kind of stuff, who knows, you know? Some people are just a lot of people are gonna not necessarily respond well to being put on a pedestal at a young age. I think the older you are when you get famous, in general, the less likely you are to be changed by it a lot. With the possible exception of Kurt Vonnegut, who idiotically left his family for some young woman when he got a bunch of hype for Slaughterhouse-5. But you know, he ended up regretting that. I'm not sure he ever really came clean about the reality it was a terrible decision, but maybe he did. Three. we will have achieved our goal of 8 jars full with 2 jars. So that's pretty good. We're almost there. We've got 2 more branches. We might have a little more than 2 more jars worth, but if we have to get an extra jar, fine. Got off of that. And plucking the leaves like nobody's business. Hey Rachel,
Yes, sir.
can you make me one of those things? Whatever it is.
I was making myself hot water just because my scratchy throat. But what would you like?
Like I guess a sweet and sour chicken.
Cool.
Thank you. And could you possibly also be a lamb and bring me a iced tea?
Sure, just regular in the can?
Yeah. I'm dying of thirst. And hunger. Because the Bill Cosby. Oh, Bill Cosby, your little baby talk thing is not funny. Okay. Puggity, 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 pew. I'm going to trim these leaves with you. Puggity, 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 pew. Uh-oh. I cut off too much leaves, you see.
I want to sleep downstairs tonight.
Okay. Is the air conditioning turned on?
I don't think so.
Could you turn it on, please?
You want me to turn it on now?
Yeah, please. Because it's getting hot in here. And I plan to leave on all of my clothes. So
I'm so glad.
we're going to
You
need
got your
to.
modesty clothes on.
Yeah, I do. So we'll need to turn on some air conditioning instead. All right. Wonderful times. Now we're going to do this. True terror is to discover that your high school class is now running the country. I get it. It's kind of a commentary on how we never really grow to see ourselves as adults, in some sense. We understand how human everybody is, and it's a bit tricky when you have a bunch of people being empowered beyond the scope of others, purportedly for legitimate reasons. I mean, for legitimate reasons, but it's not like there's a better alternative than electing representatives. But with the population, what it is, it's hard to feel as though you have any meaningful voice in federal matters, no matter how much time you talk to your congressman, right? All right. We are coming down to the wire. Got one more jar here to fill. Start with this. All right. Now, last branch for tonight. I'm getting tired of this. My back's starting to hurt. I could lean back and do it, but I want to be able to easily throw it in the trash can. Yeah. Yeah. Mew. Me.
Be right back with your drink.
All right. Thank you, darling.
You're welcome.
All right. Making some progress. There we go. This one. Good. 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 Getting a lot of these leaves off. But at a certain point, you just gotta resign yourself to trimming. Yes, it's gonna leave a little bit of stem. In some sort of dream world, you'd be able to pull every single leaf out by the root. But that's just not realistic. It's just not being very realistic. Some of them you're just gonna have to trim. Some of these little buds, it's not even really worth doing the pulling off part. Just trim it and put it in the smalls jar, you know. This is the smalls jar. It's gonna be completely just trash. It's just trash. It's so covered in cat hair and shit. It's just completely trash. Oh, thank you for the ice. Oh, thank you, Rachel. I didn't even see you put that there.
You're welcome. You're so in the zone.
Yeah, well, yeah, I didn't even notice you coming here. Thank you. Appreciate
You're
it.
welcome.
That's good. Let me do this. No. Okay. Smalls. Smalls. That's not smalls. So I really am very excited for the trial of the century, aka the Diddy federal trial. And the amazing news is it's likely to happen sooner than people think. Because Diddy's in jail, there's no reason for him to delay. The state can delay some, but he has a constitutional right to a speedy trial. Of course, he has a constitutional right to bail as well, but under certain special circumstances, they deny bail. The primary reason they denied him bail, I think, legally, has to do with them having if not rock solid, then strong evidence that he's engaged in witness tampering before. Witness tampering and I think before they even arrested him, he was trying to do witness tampering, and some of those people were already talking to the feds, and that's why, and they probably justified his denial of bail on witness tampering in this case, even because he knew this indictment was coming down the road for quite some time before it actually happened. Okay, now we'll put this. You know who else is in like kind of a lot of trouble? Is Drake from Drake of Josh. Drake and Josh. I don't remember exactly what happened, but he's at least under fire. Seen Diddy or Colin? I've had him on Range Bender. Okay, sure, you INTP. If so, you're having a one-on-one conversation. Do you notice FE details? Like, she's an INFP. Alright, well, I guess I'm just going to have to get another jar. Okay. You dirty rat! Okay. Alright. Put that in there. Okay. I squeeze this into existing jars a little bit. I don't want to squish it down too much, but I can squish it down a little bit. There. And there. And there. And there. Okay, so put that in there. Put those in there. That's fine. Where's the pen? What did I do with the pen that I had? 3. Okay, so this one's 3. This is also 3. Alright, this is smalls. Three smalls. And then one. This can go here. Along with that, these ones can go here. Chow and chow. Now I'm going to fold this up. Now before I put all the jars away, it's time for me to eat something. I am star-diddly Arvin at this point. I need to take care of my introverted sensing aka my body. Do 3 smalls equal a meow? Yeah, they can. Depends on how big the smalls are, I guess. The smalls are just buzzwords. Too small to really spend a lot of time manicuring it, so. In practice, you might call strip and rip. First, you strip off the big leaves around the little small, if there are any. You just rip it off and throw it in the small jar. Hard cone, man. How's it going? Mmm. Delicious. Are you saying my statement about Diddy is tactical intelligence? As Padawan rangebender? Mm. No, I don't suspect that what you say is true. The Padawan rangebender says, you must suspect that Diddy just pissed off the wrong person. No, I don't think so. I think he pissed off a lot of people for a long time, and has probably made a lot of threats and a lot of payoffs to avoid consequences this far along. Hi, Jessica Stardust. How are you? Is Santa getting ready for the holidays? Mostly Christmas, though. He's probably getting mostly ready for Christmas. Oh? Coleman says he found a great video on YouTube about capitalism. Bet you it's not great. But who knows? Maybe it is. You want to share the link? You are a mod after all. For the purpose of putting links. Well, that was delicious. I feel like $100 million. All right, well, that sounds mildly interesting. Let's watch and critique Cone Man's video about capitalism. Who knows? Maybe it's fantastic. I seriously doubt it, but maybe it is. Much more likely it's someone talking completely out of their ass, who doesn't know what wealth is, who doesn't define any terms, etc. But we'll find out. As always, I will judge whatever it is on its merits. I will not go in with any preconceived bias towards evaluating it like meow meow. It'll get the grade it deserves. Wow. That food made a big difference. I know what we should do. We should centralize the distribution mechanisms. So instead of having companies who like deliver eggs to different restaurants, the government should be in charge of all of that. Because, you know, they're so good at doing things. I shared a couple of great channel links today. I'll share one again right now. This one is my new favorite channel. A chick called Albert. It's about this guy who rescues eggs. Like, let's say a bird nest falls out of a tree, but the eggs don't break, but the mother can't sit on them anymore. He'll get those eggs and hatch them in his incubator and then raise them and then let them go into the wild again. He makes beautiful videos that just sometimes just make you cry so much, but not sad cries. I believe me, I wouldn't point to anything that's gonna make you sad. It's like, oh, the beauty of life kind of crying, you know? I wouldn't do that to you, all right? I wouldn't send you on a mission to Miggity Mow Town. You know. I'm seriously. That baby lamb. I'm so seriously. That baby lamb. To the guy that saved her. I don't know what that means, Rachel. If you mean I'm seriously in love with that baby lamb, I'm seriously grateful to the guy who saved that baby lamb for saving her. That was the most adorable creature ever. Let's see what kind of stuff we got here.
Capital has to pay for being protected from terror and totalitarianism. Such fear-mongering is indeed a vital component in maintaining.
Start at the beginning. I guess he starts right in. Okay.
Capitalism is inevitable. It is the natural order of things, a part of human nature. It is the objective, neutral, non-ideological reflection of how the world works. Or at least, that's what its supposedly pragmatic and unbiased proponents would like you to think. And most people already do. Capitalism is the worst economic system except for all the others. Capitalism isn't perfect, but it's definitely the best economic system ever invented.
It's not a
There is
system.
no alternative. We have reached the end of history.
Of course, there's no alternative except totalitarianism. Yeah.
Every single day, I read dozens of comments along the lines of, I mostly agree with you, your analysis is spot on, until you started blaming capitalism. Communism's already been tried and it failed. Capitalism isn't perfect, but it's the best in town.
Capitalism isn't a system.
They see its flaws as but for many, considering any kind of radical change, any kind of novel alternative, they find fear more than anything else.
Go ahead and say something purposeful. Say something real. So far, you haven't said anything. Go ahead.
The partisans of the established order cannot really call it ideal or wonderful. Instead, they decide to say that all the rest is horrible. Sure, they say, we may not live in a condition of perfect goodness, but we're lucky we don't live in a condition of evil.
Okay, so far, all this guy's done is set up straw man arguments, and then now he's going to begin defeating them and presenting other bullshit arguments to defeat them. Of course, The reason we prefer capitalism is because you know best how to spend your money. Because otherwise, you're suggesting that it be stolen from you. We oppose theft because we care about your rights. All of us should feel that way, right? That's why we oppose capitalism, because property exists and your rights to it, your rights that follow from property, should be protected. You deserve that. You deserve justice. You don't deserve to be stolen from. So this is obviously complete bullshit from the outset, I can tell you that. There's no...
Surely and forcefully imposed onto the natural comrade second thought. Opposite, as a radical critique of ideological utopias. The predominant ideology...
He's quoting Zizek, for fuck's sake.
In its
How terrible.
Appropriating all of human history, the most popular argument is that humans have supposedly always been greedy, competitive, and profitable.
Oh my God. So basically, he avoids the substantive arguments. The reason, I mean, I'm not going to be patient with somebody who's doing bullshit rhetoric like that, right? Because he's not making a proactive argument. If he's are going to argue for some alternative perspective, he needs to get the fuck to it. He hasn't made a single statement that is relevant to anything, except he's creating straw men, defeating arguments he thinks are weak. That's not how you do things. You need to. And so he lists a bunch of other things: quasi-solutions, burden of former socialism, future prospects. Let's see. Is he advocating anything? He doesn't even understand that he's advocating use of force to steal your money, Cone Man.
And possibly translate into concrete guidelines or blueprints for future upheavals. If the left has no concrete plan of action, no concrete policy, justice, and dozens of invisible theories, despite all of this, the agents of capitalism are an authorization of laying down the sufficient.
Okay. So he's doing reification fallacies. He's arguing against somebody who's not representing anything that he's not arguing against capitalism. He doesn't define how should you do this? Cone Man, how do you define wealth? If you don't know, then you definitely didn't learn anything meaningful from this video. It doesn't matter how people see it, Cone Man. Look, the fact that people are wrong is no fucking mystery, right? You're wrong in almost every single thing you say. Almost everybody's wrong most of the time. That's not news. I could come up with a video articulating how this socialist said this idiot thing, and this socialist said this idiot thing, and that socialist said this idiot thing. That would not negate socialism. That's not how you think. Okay? You have to actually argue what the mechanics of the various things are. The mechanics of so-called capitalism is protecting the individual's right to property. So if you're advocating against capitalism in any meaningful sense, you're advocating in favor of violating people's rights. And you don't even know. You're not even aware of that. How deeply offensive that you would have an opinion about these sort of things when you don't know anything. This is Dunning-Kruger at its absolutely most dangerous. Stop trying to think about politics. You're not capable of it, you fucking tard. Wow. Yeah, of course it makes me angry. Any form of totalitarianism does, whether it's theological, whether it's economic, whether it's race-based, whether it's any other kind of bullshit. Totalitarianism is wrong. And what you're advocating for is stealing people's money because you think the group better knows how to spend your money than you do. I'm sorry, Cone Man, but get the fuck out. Just get the fuck out. Oh my God. You are never sharing a link again for all of time. He hasn't said anything in all the parts I've heard. What makes you think he's going to say something at some point later? He never said anything of any purpose, right? He's quoting people and arguing against what they say, but he's not talking about what the mechanisms of capitalism are, what wealth is, right? He didn't mention rights at any point. He's not arguing at all. It's like he doesn't know at all how to negate something or affirm anything. It's like he's never heard about a burden or anything like that. It's deeply fucking offensively retarded. That's all there is to say about it. That's how people think. Let's look at a textbook example of how not to think and pretend and sound like you're doing something. He's not doing a goddamn thing. That whole time he doesn't do a goddamn thing argumentationally. Not anything. He's not arguing against capitalism. He's arguing against randomly selected, cherry-picked quotes from people. Oh my God. He doesn't know what the mechanisms are. How could he possibly argue against it? It's like a stupid English paper or a history paper or something. Economics is a real thing. It's not just metaphor, whatever, people's quotes, whatever. He doesn't even understand where wealth comes from, right? No, Conan, my mind's not closed. I gave it a chance. He didn't make any substantive arguments at all. I'm evaluating him on the quality of his arguments. He didn't make any. If you want to argue against capitalism, he'd first need to define what the mechanisms of it are, where wealth comes from, and what are the possible ways in which we can engage with wealth. And there are two possible ways fundamentally: use of force or the absence thereof. Plunder or legitimacy. Those are your two choices. But most importantly, Conan, if you're being convinced by that, just say I have a closed mind. There's nothing that guy said that should convince anybody of anything, because he's not defining his terms. What's capitalism? What is it according to him? What is capitalism according to him? What's his definition? Of course, he needed to start with that. That's called framework. You need to do framework before you do casework. He needs to start with his definitions. Since none of us have any idea what he means by capitalism, wealth, capital, or any of the other core concepts that underlie this discussion, nobody should respect him at all, and certainly nobody should be convinced by him. Wow, that's fucking horrible. What a tard. I mean, I could go through it bit by bit, Cone Man. Doesn't matter how much of it I've watched, okay? I saw succession. I saw what he was doing. He was arguing against other specific people in their quotes, right? So, okay, he's trying to argue against certain arguments. But he avoided all the substantive ones by refusing to even address them. And believe me, I looked at the chapters, right? So, oh my God. How fucking offensive. I might have to just make a response video to that horrible garbage. I've never encountered anything more stunningly fucking stupid than that. No, Cone Man, it doesn't. Yes, resources are exploited. And people can be exploited, but that's why we ought to protect property rights. Get it? Unfortunately, you can't both protect property rights and be against capitalism. Like, there's nobody who should be exploited, forced to work for long hours for practically nothing, right? So, accordingly, nobody is, and if they are, it's slavery. People go like, capitalism results in these sweatshops in Bangladesh. And some of the people there working in the sweatshops prefer that to the alternative. If you were to take away their jobs, they wouldn't be grateful to you, they'd be angry. No. The idea that capitalism is somehow responsible for the wrongdoings of individuals who commit bad things, either just basic exploitation, or worse, like criminal negligence, or like what eBay did or something. Those individuals have to be held accountable for their actions. When you say capitalism is at fault, then why should they go to jail? I mean, they broke the law. They didn't engage in capitalism. They used force in some fashion. Do you think Diddy was engaged in capitalism when he had those freak-offs with the sex workers? No, no, no. He was engaged in the exact opposite of capitalism. He was engaged in ignoring consent. Ignoring consent. He non-consensually drugged people and stuff, right? You might call that the excesses of capitalism. I'd say, nope, that's the alternative to capitalism. Capitalists don't rely on threats to get people to comply. They engage in only consensual dealings. So the most important thing to remember about capitalism and socialism is, of course, wealth is generated every time an individual does meaningful work for another party. That wealth, though, is generated as an abstract quality first. Now, are you ready to learn, Cone Man? So let me ask you this. What is wealth? What is wealth, Cone Man? No, Cone Man, I was a professional debate coach who made plenty of economic cases, right? For example, I remember one time the debate topic was Congress should rescind tax subsidies for oil companies. Here's the thing. Of course, there's no such thing as a tax subsidy for oil companies. The government is not subsidizing oil companies. The government is, in fact, giving oil companies a possibility of getting a tax break, provided they invest a amount of dollars in green energy, right? So the thing is, the same people, the environmentalists, whom I consider myself one, who pushed through this idea that oil companies who invest in green energy should get a tax break. Then years later, they're still trying to demonize the oil companies, so they say, let's take away these tax subsidies. So, of course, that's just one example of many economic topics I've had to actually research and actually know things about, right? Not quoting people. I mean, the thing is, you need to establish, if you're going to argue against capitalism, you need to establish what capitalism is mechanically. Not just a bunch of cherry-picked quotes from a bunch of people talking about capitalism who are purportedly on the side of capitalism. You need to define the terms. If he's not going to do that, then he's not, I mean, Coleman, you're not brainwashed, but you're not understanding me. If you could understand it all, you wouldn't be saying the things you're saying. No, it doesn't matter if you understand the basics of something, right? He's not explaining something. He's making a case. He's negating something. When you negate, it's like, how? Do you understand that he's not explaining something? He's making a case. To make a case, you need to define what it is that you're against, right? In a way that means something. What you want, Cone Man, is for capitalism to mean the boogeyman, and for some form of socialism to mean the angel, the salvation angel. But your level of simplicity is dangerous. You need to think better than that, or don't think about it at all. If you actually understood why socialism was preferable to capitalism, without defining it, then you could make the case, right? You'd be able to explain it to me so that I was convinced. Because people who are correct convince me every time. I am eager and willing always to be corrected. Now, I did watch plenty of it, Cone Man. I watched plenty of it, right? And you tell me, what were some of the reasons why I articulated that it's fundamentally inadequate? What's one of the reasons I articulated? What's one of the reasons? Because I can articulate multiple things that he said, right? And how he approached the arguments and how he got to the very end before he said there is an alternative, but it's all metaphor. So you tell me, what was one of the reasons I gave you why I don't need to watch any more of that garbage? What's one of the reasons? Were you listening? Do you understand? Coneman. He needs to define capitalism in a meaningful way before he can critique it. What he did was quote a bunch of people and what they say about capitalism and try to respond to those arguments, right? But you cannot respond to those arguments unless you have defined your terms. Since he doesn't know what capitalism is, he has no definition of it at all. He does not understand the mechanics of it at all. Do you understand the mechanics? No, it's not that he didn't set things up, right? Look, if I give you a math problem that says 2 plus 2 equals what? You can solve it, right? If somebody hands you a math problem that says 3-point apple jostles nougat equals what? Well, there is no answer to that, right? We can't calculate that. What you want to do is to know without calculating. You cannot do that and be correct about things like this. So extract yourself from the conversation entirely. You're not capable of having it, then do not have it. That doesn't matter that most people are in some fashion like you and think they know what something means without defining it. And not just as like, I define it as, like corporations and stuff. No, the definition of it is the absence of use of force interfering in two people engaging in mutually consensual and beneficial commerce. That's capitalism. In some instances, we do need to use force to intervene. We don't want to have what you might call pure capitalism, right? So it's a very good thing that we've got mechanisms in place, laws in place to help maintain a level playing field. It is not the case that some people should be able to take advantage of unfair advantages to, say, successfully invest in things in a way that I said one thing he said was wrong, right? I already explained to you multiple times. Are you not listening to me? You answer one of my questions, okay? What's one of the reasons why I said he was wrong? What's one of the reasons? Oh, God. What's one of the reasons I said he was wrong? I answered your question many times. What's one of the reasons he's wrong, Coneman? Just one. What's one of the reasons he's wrong? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say that loud enough for you to hear. That's my bad. Should not have said that. It's abusive language. And I'm sorry if you heard that. I did not want you to hear that. So he says corporate planned economies. So what's a corporate planned economy? Valid fears. Okay, so let's see what it says. I mean, it's so dumb. Oh my God. It's so dumb.
Celebrating and criticizing, and possibly translate into concrete guidance or blueprints for future appeals. How can we convince people of the validity of our cause of transcending capitalist realism if the left has no concrete plan of action, no concrete policy, if we're divided with sectarianism and income? Well, first of all, it's important to note that the material conditions have changed drastically since 1920. Capitalism has transformed into something unrecognizable.
Okay, so he asked, but if socialism is not offering a real alternative, then why should people ditch capitalism? Again, capitalism is not something you ditch. It's the absence of use of force interfering in the in the consensual, mutually beneficial commerce of two people, fully informed consent, right? Two parties. It's the absence of or prevention of a third party from coming in, shooting parties 1 and 2 and stealing all this stuff. That's capitalism, right? There being a mechanism to prevent some individuals or parties from violating the property rights of other people. That is capitalism in a nutshell. That's a mechanistic definition of it. Now let's listen to some more of his fucking stupid garbage.
Thanks to the incredible development of the productive forces, automation, the globalization of the market, technology like the internet, cloud, quantum computing, artificial intelligence, and so on. The answers to the question of structurally viable post-capitalist economy and effective economic planning lie precisely in these incredible feats of human ingenuity and our collective ability to use their potential for the benefit of all. Uncontroversially, these tools ought to be leveraged and implemented for the well-being of all of humanity.
So he's saying all the benefits of capitalism should be leveraged against capitalism. He's a real piece of work. These things he lists here at the outset, right? He says,
Unrecognizable, thanks to the incredible development of the productive forces, automation,
incredible development of productive forces, automation,
the
globalization, novel technologies, the internet, cloud and quantum computing, artificial intelligence.
The answers to the question.
All of those things are the result of capitalism. Do you think socialists would accomplish this? Why? Who's motivated to? By what? You know, the thing is, wealth is not a finite commodity. There is not a ceiling on how much wealth there can be. Currency needs to keep pace with that. You don't even understand economics, right? At all. See what else he said. He says, so okay,
The construction of a viable post-capitalist
all those preceding things that we just listed that he agrees are consequences of capitalism, he says here,
and effective economic planning lie precisely in these incredible feats of human ingenuity and our collective ability to use their potential for the benefit of all. Uncontroversially, these tools ought to be leveraged and implemented for the well-being of all of humanity.
according to
For
whom?
the prophecy.
According to whom? I mean, the thing is, so it's not that, keep this in mind too, right? This is important. It's not that this great productivity was created by us all. It was a succession of individuals implementing their own ability to be productive, streamlining things, finding things that work over time, right? It's because decision making was decentralized. And he's saying, now let's centralize decision making about how to use all the wonderful things that capitalism has given us. No, the key to our prosperity, the engine of our success is decentralization. And this is just the truth, Cone Man. You don't have to agree with me. But if you believe in any way, shape, or form that this guy's making good arguments, you need to get your head out of your ass as soon as possible, because he is not making any good arguments.
It's important to note that the material conditions have changed drastically since the 1920s. Capitalism has transformed into something unrecognizable thanks to the incredible development of the forces, automation, the globalization of the market, technology.
Capitalism is transformed into something unrecognizable from what? I mean, how dumb is this guy, right? Like, it's unbelievable he says this. Listen to this. Listen. It's crazy. I can't believe he actually says this shit.
Many of these historical experiences that we keep celebrating and criticizing can possibly translate into concrete guidelines or blueprints for future upheavals. How can we convince people about the validity of our cause, thus transcending capitalist realism, if the left has no concrete plan of action?
Yeah, what is your cause? Stealing people's money?
By sectarianism and infighting. Well, first of all, it's important to note that the material conditions have changed drastically since the 1920s.
Okay.
Capitalism has transformed into something unrecognizable thanks to the incredible development of the productive forces, automation,
Productivity, automation,
the globalization of the
globalization,
market, novel
technologies, the internet,
internet, cloud,
and quantum computing, artificial intelligence, all
answer
of
to the
which
question
came out of what? Out of socialism? How fucking dumb do you have to be to say, you know what's been working all this time and produced all these wonderful things? Let's stop that and do this other dumbass thing that implies that it requires the group to make decisions about how to spend money over individuals making decisions about how to spend their own money. How fucking retarded can anybody be? This guy is, I mean, it is mind blowing that somebody would say this totally without irony, totally not even aware of the fact that everything they're talking about is wonderful things. Those are all the results of capitalism.
the construction of a viable post-capitalist economy and effective economic planning by precisely
A viable post-capitalistic society with effective economic planning. Why are we going to a post-capitalist society if all of these wonderful things that we're going to be relying on as tools in this post-capitalist society are only tools we have because of capitalism? Like, come in, how are you talking to me right now? What device are you using? Are you using your North Korea phone? Are you using your communist China phone? From back in the day, back when they were communist? When their standard of living was in the gutter and everything was garbage? Or are you calling from your Cuban cell phone? What device are you using to talk with me? And how did you get it? You can critique capitalism by snail mail. Okay? I'm not going to calm down. It makes me incredibly angry. Right? Understandably. Because it's disgusting and dangerous stupidity. Obviously, I'm going to be angry. Like, get off your fucking Apple phone, dickwad, before you start critiquing capitalism. You're like in Britain, freaking living off the dole, complaining about capitalism. Like, oh my God. Just get off your cell phone. Hang up. You can't use it anymore. Without being a ridiculous, incredible shitbag of a hypocrite. So, stop using it. I don't want you using any more electricity. That's capitalist nonsense. Internet, capitalist nonsense. Go plant potatoes for the people. Why aren't you outside all day doing physical labor, growing plants for the people? Why are you in here trying to think about capitalism when you clearly aren't capable of it? Why don't you go defect to Cuba? I'm sure they'd be happy to have you. Put you right to work on a tobacco farm. You don't want to defect to Cuba? Why not? It'll spare you the horrors of capitalism. Show media, I don't need you piling on, please. The things you yell at Conan about are not appropriate things to yell at him about. Just don't tease them, whatever. The thing I'm yelling about hurts us all, right? When you've got idiots thinking they understand politics and advocating for things that are directly and overtly and terribly harmful to the rest of us and society as a whole and humanity, well, then obviously you need to call bullshit. Like, you can't argue this at all. You don't know how. This fucking tard that you linked me to is the most retarded idiot I've ever encountered. So, no, don't engage yourself on the topic. You're not capable of it. So, who do you want to force to do what? When you keep in mind that capitalism is the absence of use of force that would otherwise preclude to individual parties from engaging in fully informed consensual commerce. Be it a trade, like I will trade you 8 hours of labor on your farm for this much money. That wouldn't be a trade. For a bushel of vegetables or something. Or it's wages. I'll trade you this many hours of labor for this much money. Or it's salary, the worst deal of all. Does the taxonomy of system require that independent nodes in the network coordinate for some predetermined goal which would not apply to consenting agents? Yeah, well, I mean, if you want to have some alternative to capitalism, then it would definitely be some third party, somebody whose money it isn't making decisions about how to spend it. Otherwise, it's philanthropy, and that's not an alternative to capitalism. So, like, comments like, I was just trying to have an open-minded discussion with you about this, Eric. There's nothing to have an open mind about. I have the answers to the question. People want to say, like, this is still open for debate. It's not. I know what all the answers are to all of these debate questions. I already have figured this out long ago, having argued through all the possible arguments. So, no. Everybody just needs to stop fucking assuming they have any business arguing things when they don't have the slightest idea how to argue. The ideals of communism? You mean the purportedly desired outcome of equality? I mean, I don't think it's a good idea to push for equality as an outcome. I think it's a good idea to push for justice as an outcome and a process. It's not really the outcome. I think that country is happiest and individuals are happiest when there's sufficient prosperity for everybody to feel more prosperous than before. So, obviously, right now, most people feel less prosperous than before because of the huge inflationary crunch we took as a consequence of ill-advised COVID lockdowns. So, do we want there to be people in our society who aren't taken care of? Like, in other words, do we want there to be homeless people dying alone in the street because they've fallen through society's cracks or what have you? No, obviously we don't want that. And accordingly, we need to remember that all solutions, all prosperity, all whatever emerge from a robust free market. If you want to spend money on fill in the blank, homeless, whatever, then don't try to increase tax dollars and stuff like that. Promote the success of business interests who pay a lion's share of tax dollars to the federal government. Remember, the federal government already has $4 trillion a year to spend. That seems like enough. So I'm not saying I'm not an anarcho-capitalist. I believe in this American democracy. I recognize that no nation state embodies any philosophical ideal of a of any particularly stated, like any particularly articulated form of governance, be it the textbook version of whatever form of governance. No nation state embodies that entirely. And that a nation state has not only its constitution to help define it, but also its past and its vectors of change, directionalities of change. Oh, that's what you're talking about. I forgot about the title. When riding your bike a mile and a half to your buddy's house and knocking on the door with social media. It's like those kind of capitalism critiques make me so angry, right? That guy is publishing his video on YouTube using his laptop and Premiere Pro software. It's deeply offensive. And the thing is, of course, there's plenty of room for anybody who wants to engage in that pro-social urge. There are plenty of open source programs. I use Audacity. It's free and open source. I love that, right? What I don't love is the idea of forcing people to make that. Those people chose voluntarily to make that. I love that. I wouldn't mind being part of that. I'm not very profit driven myself, right? You'll note that, Cone Man. You never hear me even tell people to like or subscribe, let alone give me money. Why? Because I'm dealing with the argument objectively, which is to say, not via my subjective interests or biases, not via my feelings. No matter how angry I get, and I do get very angry because, I mean, it's really offensive to be that hypocritical. You still want to argue this point on your smartphone that would never have come to be without capitalism. Because you watched that YouTube video, via the internet, which I'll concede is at least somewhat military in its origination, but in its actual development and all of the various things that we use on the internet, those are all, we can thank capitalism for all of those things. The reason why Google provides such useful products and stuff is because they're profitable, etc. I am triggered, Cone Man. I am triggered. You're right. You triggered me and I'm angry, which is appropriate. I have no problem getting angry at things that should anger me. Now, I'm explaining to you why you need to step back and look again, because the thing is, just because I'm angry doesn't mean I'm wrong. Right? You might be as calm as the smoothest water in the world, but you are wrong. And you're wrong for a number of reasons that I've already articulated. When I give you a very good reason why something should be negated, you need to either respond to that reason, or at least have a response to it, or acknowledge that it's still standing and recognize that if you want to be right, then I'm going to have to change my position. Because in any given instance, you want to be correct about a thing rather than incorrect. So, for example, in the beginning of that video, that guy read a quote from somebody who said something, here I am saying this idiotic thing. And then he responded to it correctly. Yes, that idiotic thing is idiotic for the reason you say. He was correct. But does it matter? Well, what's he trying to do? That's when you come to the thesis idea and the idea of framework, right? What is he trying to do in the video? Well, it's titled Capitalism Defenders Are Embarrassing or something like that. So, in that regard, he's doing a fine job of arguing against those idiotic arguments. But if he really wants to argue against anything of significance, he needs to argue against individual rights, the fact that they emerge from property necessarily. Uh, he needs to argue. He need to argue a shit ton of things. First of all, as I've already explained many times, money that's spent by the government suffers a spoilage rate that's much higher than money that's spent by private citizens or private parties. If I'm a private citizen, well, you can imagine. Here's an example of what it would be like if you wanted to have more government involved. So it's like if it's just you go to the Taco Bell, you go through the drive-thru, you get your food, you go home and eat it. And it costs what it costs. If it's the government, they go to Taco Bell, get it, keep the change, charge you $10, bring it to your house, right? Because there's an extra person who needs to get paid in the middle. Somebody who works for the government. So it's inherently less efficient for some centralized decision maker to decide what to do with your money than it is for you to decide what to do with your money. Of course, the reality is it's more like instead of me getting Taco Bell, they take my money for Taco Bell so that they can buy George Taco Bell. And then they charge him that fee on the Taco Bell, which he pays thinking he's getting a great deal for Taco Bell. It's only $10 rather than the actual price of it, which is like 30. Let's say, get a bunch of Taco Bell. So the thing is, who's doing well in this deal? Is it Eric? No. Is it George? Kind of. But, that is until it's his turn to order Taco Bell. Then maybe I'll get it, right? But who's really scoring in this deal? It's the middleman, right? It's Joe, who's going to get the Taco Bell and bring it to your house. He's the DoorDash guy. So when we think about it with analogies that we can understand, it might help. This is basic shit. Obviously, it's not to you. Did you just really say that, Gunman? Going out for a meal? Do you plan to pay for it? I mean, you're going to go out to a restaurant after this critique of capitalism. Do you have no shame? Are you just being a complete hypocrite doesn't bother you at all? Or are you planning to steal the restaurant's food? You better check your phone to look on some website to find the menu. Maybe use their website to order your food ahead of time so when you arrive there, you can just pick it up conveniently. Maybe that would be a better idea. What do you think? Use all the benefits and tools of capitalism after you just got finished shitting on it and recommending a video by a complete tard. That's rich, motherfucker. That is rich. If you want to be a commie, then go be a commie. Don't say, we need to take more of other people's money so that I can be a commie. So that I can be a capitalist the way I want to be a capitalist. Like, I wish everybody would give me more money so I could be a better consumer of stuff. I could consume more stuff. Well, TFB, motherfucker. TFB. I'm not going to let that shit go, It's like talking to a toddler. You are critiquing capitalism from your iPhone and you get sick of it, right? So you say, I'm going to go out to dinner. completely oblivious, like that retarded lady that I once took out on a first date. And we sat down. She almost immediately started critiquing capitalism as we're sitting at this boutique restaurant that I'm paying for because of my small business. I mean, how fucking retarded can you be? I'm not being a toddler. I'm being appropriately shocked and outraged by that idiocy, hypocrisy, and shameful refusal to acknowledge the aforementioned, you know? I mean, don't be a hypocrite, at least. Just if you're going to be anti-capitalism, then don't go out to eat. Don't use your phone. Instead, what you should do is go to like a cafeteria at a federal building, eat your meals. Oh, you're in England, so a cafeteria at like near Parliament that serves government workers should eat there only. See how much it costs. Yeah, there's a lot of goose killers out there. When the economy turns south for a bit, or in this case, when people experience a massive inflationary crunch, these goose killers are like, let's make the engines of prosperity less effective in the long term, in the medium term, even in the short term, in exchange for some immediate benefit. Let's sell our future born kid to get a band-aid administered by an incredibly incompetent nurse. It's like, it's as wicked as stupid can be. Now, stupid isn't wicked, right? It's like, wicked needs to be willful. But I think there's almost a proactive burden to evaluate yourself honestly when it comes to public policy matters. Obviously, I'm going to be triggered by insanely stupid ideas. I'm a bit of a policy wonk. Not a bit of, I am a policy wonk. I understand public policy. I understand how to balance competing interests, where to balance competing interests, and how and where to prioritize principle. I understand the order of questions. I understand how, prescriptions without a plan are advocacies in favor of ideologues representing us, which is terrible. So yeah. Obviously, you need to learn a lot. I don't know how old you are. I don't remember. I think you're in your 30s, though. So you're not a kid. You should get this by now. Nothing good comes from stealing from other people. And basically, that's what people who advocate for more centralized decision making are doing. They're just saying, I'm in favor of stealing more from more people. I'm not saying all taxation is theft. That's ridiculous. But I am saying, I shouldn't have said steal, I guess. The thing is, of course, if you take enough money from the prosperous people to make everybody else as prosperous as you want them, then you will render those prosperous people not prosperous enough to any longer provide assistance. You're killing the goose. So we really need to be smarter than that. And we all need to be responsible thinkers. Like, in no way, shape, or form should anybody be advocating in favor of socialism or against capitalism, unless they want to do it by snail mail. If you want to do that kind of shit, then expect me to be angered by you for your stupidity and your disregard for the good of everybody. And I'm not some absolute capitalist who thinks that there shouldn't be any taxes, blah, 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 blah. But I will tell you this, taxes in the status quo are too high. I could tolerate them staying the same. The idea that they should get higher, you'd have to be, you have to be lying or delusional to think that that's even possible. No possible way should taxes get higher. If you're going to do redistribution, then just make sure you do it in intelligent ways, which means you send direct cash payments and you do it fairly, which means everybody gets a cash payment, the same size. If you want to have, let's get rid of disability, let's get rid of all of the healthcare garbage, like Medicare, stuff like that. And instead, send people a check for their cut of that. Now, if they're getting a lot of assistance from Medicare, they can use that check to buy additional health insurance, right? And it doesn't have to be per people of all ages. I'd be fine with cutting those checks to only people over the age of 25, let's say, because kids, you figure, can be taken care of by their parents, whatever. You're going to do a response video? Okay, go ahead. Yeah, I'm sorry I called you names, Con Man. I am sorry about that. I'm not happy with my use of uncivil language. And that's one thing that if I'm angry, I can sometimes be guilty of uncivil language that I wouldn't otherwise be guilty of. So it's a good reason to not get angry. But nevertheless, the point is, of course, it doesn't impact my decision making in terms of my calculations. It doesn't impact my calculations. I do math just as well whether I'm angry, sad, or happy. Yeah, Putty Cat. That's a good thing to do with Social Security. Let's separate Social Security from everything else, though, for right now. What I'm saying is, we get rid of Medicare, every kind of federal subsidy that every federal dollar that goes out on spending within the country on something other than what you would call necessary costs. Federal courts, operation of Congress and Senate, federal, national parks and national monuments and stuff. What else? Well, obviously, you're not going to successfully defund the FBI, but it's plausible you could defund Homeland Security. That would be worthwhile doing. I know they arrested Diddy. They finally did something. I'm not buying. Well, yeah, I forget about the military. I'm talking about forget about the military and foreign policy right now. I'm talking about money spent back within the country by the federal government that's not on the military and not on foreign policy at all. So if we were to accept the military and foreign policy, the other stuff that the federal government's spending money on, plenty of them are considered necessary expenses, but some of those necessary expenses, and one of the biggest ones is healthcare stuff, are actually entitlements. They're not necessary expenses. I would say maintaining the institutions of democracy is a necessary expenditure. Making sure that the courts are open and what else? Whatever else the federal government needs things for, I don't know. Like FBI offices. I'm not including the CIA in this either. Call that part of the military. Call NSA part of the military. And there's other three-letter ones that we don't know so much about. Like DARPA. Leave those things out. Well, the point is, cut all the healthcare shit, any other entitlement kind of things, and instead, cut everybody in the country a check after you split up all of that money. Like, divide that up. But not everybody in the country necessarily. Like I said, it could be over a certain age. Make it work mathematically. That would be a much better way to redistribute money. And then those, like I said, people who are dependent on Medicare or whatever, they can use that check to get health insurance. And I agree with Puttycat regarding what we should do with Social Security. Oh, I believe you're honest as well, Conman. I don't think that you're purposefully being wrong. I can understand, okay? When you say things like, I can't understand, yeah, Eric can't understand this, you are wrong, okay? It is my expertise, my specialty in life is to understand and explain things. Okay, well, the thing is, if you want to keep individual mandates, and I'm not sure if they're constitutional. I think it's currently making its way through the courts, still various challenges to it. But if you want to keep the individual mandate, then do it sensibly and mandate catastrophic care insurance and not Cadillac insurance. Well, I don't think it was a bad idea, Conman, because I don't know how much of what I've said have you heard. I don't know how much you've listened to. I don't know how much you've interpreted according to what the words mean. But to the extent that you did, then it's certainly plausible that you might come out of this smarter for it, more correct for it. If that happens, then it's certainly worth it. And everybody needs to hear this sometimes. Like, yes, there's a place for government, but it's like communists, socialists, or whatever you want to call them. They're basically saying, let's have a league where the referees are in charge, and it's mostly about refereeing instead of about players playing the game. It's mostly about refereeing. Yeah, come in. I Putting that video link was fine. I got annoyed when I explained right away that this was not going to be worth anything. And he said I haven't watched enough of it. And then I had to watch more of it. But hopefully by the end, you get that what he's saying is completely insane, right? He's saying all of these things that are the wonderful tools of the present that we have thanks to capitalism should be used to fight against capitalism. Future people need cool stuff too. It's like you're trying to steal the future from people. I have all of this cool stuff and YouTube and all this stuff, but I don't want other people to have it. Did Iran attack Israel? Let me see. I don't see any. Oh. When did they attack? Let me look at this article. Israel's continued to strike Lebanon, killing Hassan Nasrallah. Pentagon is looking at options. The Israeli strike infuriated U.S. officials hoping to reach a deal. Why are they chanting death to America, though? It's like, do you protesters not get that Israel and America are different places? It's like when Americans were protesting Israeli policy. We're not Israelis. Why are we protesting another country's policies? That's just, who are you protesting against, for fuck's sake? It's ridiculous. China and Japan both say they are concerned about the escalating tensions. I don't see anything about an Iranian attack, but it would depend on the nature of the attack, I guess, right? Oh, a day or so ago. What? Tell me more about it. What did they attack? Let's see. Oh, after Iran attack. Here it is. What we know, Israel. If Iranian President Mossad Pezeshkian, I still don't see anything about the actual Iranian attack, though. How annoying. Iran launches missile attack at Israel after killing of Hezbollah leader. 81 missiles at Israel. Okay. Fired 181 missiles. A large number of the missiles were intercepted, but there were impacts in central and southern Israel. No deaths, only minor injuries. Analysts say Iran was seeking to look tough but not provoke a broad retaliation. That's what it seems like to me. Yeah. I understand why they'd want to do that, but Iran's in a pickle, right? They want to play as equals to Israel, but Israel's a nuclear state and militarily just, they have Iran has no chance against the Israeli military. So I think it was fine for them to do that. If in fact Israel escalates, it's like both sides are trying to bait the other one into escalating. Right? Because if either side escalates, then the world's animosity will turn towards that. I'm talking about between Iran and Israel, forgetting about the Palestinians for a second. Obviously, the Iranians are using the Palestinians as justification for their conflict against Israel, but that's more or less because there's this kind of Muslims against Jewish people thing going on in the Middle East, So I guess I would say what I think about it is Iran's in a tough spot. There's not a Muslim superpower except with superpower level military, except to some extent maybe Saudi Arabia has such, but they're in the pocket of the U.S. Right. Well, if in fact Iran can get Russia or China in their corner, then that would change the economics of the thing entirely, right? All of a sudden you've got Israel not being the only one who can make a believable nuclear threat, or that is making one continuously, regardless of whether they say it out loud. Pakistan's got nukes, right? I forgot about that. Thank you for the reminder, G. I don't think Pakistan wants to get in the middle of this much. I've not heard anything about Pakistan siding with the Palestinians or anything, really. I think the Pakistanis, I think it's ruled by a military junta, is what I believe. In the debate last night, the moderator said Iran is a year or two away from having nukes. I'm not sure I believe that. I don't think that's true. I mean, it would be interesting. Can you imagine if Israel nuked Iran? If that's going to happen, Iran would probably have to have a nuclear weapon already. I think it's more likely that Iran would nuke Israel. The thing is, if if Iran were to nuke Israel or Pakistan, let's pretend one of them were to nuke them. I don't know what Pakistan's delivery technology is. Having nuclear bombs and having the capacity to deliver them where you want to, when you want to, are different things. For example, if they've got the only kind of things that they've got are bombs that you drop out of a plane, if the Israelis see a Pakistani bomber flying towards them, I don't think they're going to take that too kindly. I don't think they're just going to let him come to fly over them. But I don't know. I don't know how far away Pakistan is from Israel either. I'm not good on the geography stuff. But also, I'm not super terrified of Iran becoming a nuclear state, because even though it's a theocracy, the same, no matter how crazy you are, the same fundamental rule applies. Nobody wants to initiate a nuclear exchange because they know that, like, if it's a small nuclear power like North Korea or something, that they would be completely eviscerated in the aftermath of firing that off, by conventional or other means, whatever. If it were a country like the US or Russia who initiated a nuclear exchange, things would be pretty dicey. I think people would expect some kind of nuclear payback, but they'd hope that it wouldn't escalate beyond that. There are some nukes in the U.S. arsenal that are very small yield nukes that one could potentially use as kind of a symbolic gesture, in the same fashion that Iran is using their missile strikes as a symbolic gesture. Nuke someplace in a country that's not populated, maybe kill a small number of people, set up a small nuke just to attain the goal of retaliatory, like, fairness maker, so that the other country knows they can't just get whatever they want because they threatened to nuke. The dock workers already get $150,000 a year, and they want a 77% increase over the next 6 years. No wonder ports are racing to automate. No wonder, indeed. They're going to bargain themselves out of a job long term. If labor's that expensive, then let's replace it as quickly as we can. I do think that society is kind of biased against people who don't have a clear plan young, who don't have, like, singular interest young that they know that they're going to pursue, and who don't stay on track in that plan. For people who do have such a plan and, get into the industry young when it's the appropriate age to be, like, doing an internship or something, learn things, move up in the industry, etc., I think that there's still plenty of opportunities. But for people who, get into their 30s, kind of failure to launch people, basically NTPs, NFPs, It can be difficult. It can be difficult. Thick portion / persistent negative emotional state. Repression, depression. Wait, no, thick portion. Ennui. That could be ennui. Malaise. Could be malaise. Let's see. Thick portion. Slab. Crab. A thick portion. I mean, what else would it be? A slab. But a slab, right? But what's a negative emotional, persistent negative emotional state that rhymes with slab? Flab. I gotta get my coffee. I'll be right back. Hi, KE. Living. You've been living? I'm glad to hear. If you ain't living, you just dying. Thick portion breast. Breast is thick portion? That doesn't make sense. A thick portion. A tile? I don't know. That's a tough one. Everyone is fine. I'm going to speak for everyone, KE. I'm fine, and so is everyone else. The VP debate was interesting, but as most VP debates go, they're not very meaningful. It was fun to watch Walls squirm a bit and call himself a knucklehead. Well, everybody can be a knucklehead sometimes, even me. I'm close with Slab. Crabby Slabby? Slabby Crabby? I didn't look at it, Show Media. I'm avoiding my email right now. I might see something I don't want to see. Knuckle butt. Conceptually close-ish. Sullen. Depressed. What's the first? What's the syllables on it? What am I looking for? What's happening? Everyone's confusing me all the time. God horrible about hell. Is my MJ properly secured for bunker usage? What's my MJ? I don't know what that is. Traveling only in the summer. I'm prepping my big expedition. Blue ball is my entry to this game. What game are we playing? We're playing What Color Is My Ball? Ink pink. Oh, it's ink pink. Hmm. Hmm. I don't know. I don't know. Tell me the answer. It's ink pink. Persistent negative emotional state. Blue. Thick portion. What's a thick portion? Okay. Negative emotional state. Persistent negative emotional state. Sad, blue, mad. Um. I can't think we need one syllable. Persistent and negative emotional things. Case close. What did she say? What did Kay say? Blue ball is my entry to this game. A ball's not a thick portion. Chunk funk. That's right. Ah. Well, Keisha, that was an excellent clue for funk. That you literally meant not an example of a persistent negative emotional state, but the word means persistent negative emotional state. Excellent work. Excellent work. That's a tough one, yet the answer is very intuitive once you hear it. If I could have come up with funk, I would have come up with hunk rather than chunk, but chunk works just as well. I think hunk works a little bit better. Like, give me a hunk of cheese sounds better than a chunk of cheese, like bigger, more thick than a chunk of cheese. But I'll certainly concede chunk. Yeah, Acacia, you have earned yourself a wonder point. Is it Wednesday? Oh, it is Wednesday. When did it become Wednesday? Let's see what's coming up today on Wednesday. We've got rhythm, we've got music. Who could ask for anything more? We have Detroit up 1-0, KC up 1-0, Mets up 1-0, and San Diego up 1-0. Let's see when the when the next games are. These series are best of 3 games. So you just have to win 2 out of 3. Wednesday. It starts at 11:30 in the morning. Detroit versus Houston. Let's go Detroit. Screw those Cheetros. And then Kansas City versus Baltimore. Let's go Kansas City. Then New York versus Milwaukee. I'm going to root for the Mets. And then San Diego versus Atlanta. I'm definitely rooting for San Diego. Atlanta changes down to Startown. It really should. Why? Because it stinks. That's why. Why else would you name something Stinktown? Unless it stunk. Yeah, well, the Tigers pulled off exactly what I wanted the Athletics to pull off. Well, not all of the Astros cheated. There was one guy on the team who refused to use their cheating system. I can wink. Hey. Wink, wink, wink. Wink, 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 wink. Is that too flirtatious for you? You got a lot of winks right there. I got a lot of good winks today. I slept my ass off. Mm-hmm. They did. I don't think they're cheating now, though. It's kind of hard to get away with cheating for very long in a very competitive league that you found a channel that promises to teach you how to healing gaze. Sure. It's funny. I guess I'm just a natural for it. I don't need to. So I didn't need to learn anything about it. I just immediately realized that I have it within me, my healing gaze. So if any of you guys right now are feeling any discomforts, emotional or physical, any diseases, illnesses, any kind of distress, just bring it to the forefront and put it on a plate right now because this healing gaze is going to burn it like the sun burns a vampire. Ready? Here we go. There. That should be powerful enough to heal just about anything that's wrong with you. I used my Ultra Supreme Extra Power version. Yeah, I'm willing to heal people for free. I know. That makes me a commie. No, what makes me a commie is not spending my money however I feel like it or not making money because I'm lazy. It's somebody going, I think we should spend someone else's money on my agenda. That's the problem. The problem's not my agenda. It's that other people are spending their money on it enough. I didn't repay with any kind of favor. All my work peeps are nerds. Are they? Well, good for you. So, let's see what's going on the television here. I've been streaming for a long time. I'll probably wrap this up soon. $120 more victims. Criminal lawyer breaks down the now I'm getting other videos about debunking anti-communist arguments. Horrible, horrible. 120 more victims? Criminal lawyer breaks down the diddler's new egregious lawsuit. Well, that looks like an interesting video. You know, I try not to watch too much of that stuff, but it's hard for me to not to watch it. The most controversial ethics paper ever written, Peter Singer, Ordinary People Are Evil. It's a good title for it. Yeah. That's what it means to have a positive obligation to help others. That's what it means. Okay, what else do we got going on? I do have a couple anime in the tank ready to watch. Like, there's this one called Tasuketsu, Fate of the Majority. Um, see what else is on the release calendar. I'll become a villainous hero who goes down in history? Well, that sounds fantastic. Tying the knot with an Amagami sister? I don't know about that one. Tasuketsu, Fate of the Majority. Okay, well, that's it for yesterday. I'm so glad the new season is starting. But I'm a little wary enough that I haven't really started watching it yet. The last season was so bad. I want donuts. Justice for Wendy Williams. I'm not sure. Oh, I mean, I know Diddy did various things to her career and stuff, but Wendy Williams breaks silence on Diddy sex trafficking investigation years after she was criticized for speaking out against the disgraced rapper. Let's see what it says here. Williams, now 80. Well, I don't know. Oh, 60. Let's say 60. Had always been openly critical of Combs. So was unsurprisingly relieved to learn that he's being investigated. What is really weird is that I have been told by so many people, Wendy, you called it. She told Daily Mail, including some people from my family who have said the same. She's doing well in the wake of her aphasia diagnosis and health concerns. Good for you, Wendy Williams. Good for you. And well, he's in jail right now, but she's somebody who was talking shit about Diddy a long time ago. He called himself Brother Love, but really, he was not a nice guy at all. Can I analyze the case of Ariel Gray? I like these Dr. Todd Grande videos pretty well. I could watch another one of those. So, somebody says Logan Paul is on steroids. That seems like kind of an interesting video. What else do we have here? Curtis Yarvin, the philosopher behind J.D. Vance. I think Curtis Yarvin is somebody that Corey is fond of. Which is just like, okay. If Corey likes him, he's terrible. Corey's got good taste in some things, but not argumentation. Nintendo is being evil again, says Penguin Zero, aka Moist Critical. Can one chicken hatch 43 eggs? It's a good question. Maybe not. The breakdancing dad situation? He abandoned me for breakdancing. No, I didn't, says the dad, but he's got a boom box on his shoulder, so I have my doubts as to whether he's telling the truth. So it'll be interesting to see what happens with Jay-Z. I think he's likely to be dragged down with this as well. But the thing is, what I don't know is whether or not what was I looking at? Forgot. What was my train of thought because I looking at all these things. I debunked evolutionary psychology, says Mune Cat, 1.3 million views 4 months ago. Well, so I've been debunking it for a long ass time, right? It's one of the things I've made fun of Jordan Peterson about for a long time. But I would not be surprised at all if that's a political video. So they don't like Jordan Peterson because they see him as alt-right and they see the idea of evolutionary psychology as being one that rewards competition or something like that. You know, people want to pick teams all the time rather than correctnesses. Life doesn't work like that. You can do it that way. You can make intellectual determinations by picking which team you identify with more, but you'll always be causing me problems. Who's married? Dr. Todd Grande is a closet, and he says, dude, be married. Have some respect for his wife. I don't think he's gay. Why are there Rachel emojis but no Eric emojis? Because there was a limited amount of emojis I was allowed to do, and by the time I finished with Rachel, I'd used them all up. You identify with Team Eric. Well, that's fine. That just makes sense. That's different because Team Eric is team correctness. Our team's mission statement is simply be correct. Everybody can get behind that. I also identify you as a giraffe, Putty Cat. A giraffe with a lot of sass and attitude. Putty Cat the Sassy Giraffe. You should change your name to that, your YouTube handle. All right, I'm going to pull a couple more bong rips and then I'm going to end this stream because I'll watch some videos or something. I don't know. In the morning, I really need to go into town and deal with some shit before I go to sleep. Or go to sleep very soon, which I don't think I'm going to do. But it's possible. So let me pull some bong rips. And who knows what else I might do. I might even play a song. It's possible. In that it's not impossible. Let the possibilities come alive. I like this one dude who I was watching his videos. I forget what his name is, but he critiques idiots, the ones that Elon Musk presents. I watched this hilarious thing about this proposed multi-billion-dollar super cruise ship thing. It was just ridiculous looking. I'm not bullying Cone Man. Oh, show media, I agree with KE. Stop picking on Cone Man. I already said that before, I think. All right, Gunman. Fine. I will show your meow. Even though I don't want to check my email. I am in email avoidance mode. So in other words, Cone Man's true love is Cone Woman. But named Komuna. She's got a huge cone. And she offers free breast milk, I guess. And I don't know what that says there. I can't read that one. Out of order. That one's out of order. I see. So that's a fine soulmate. Because they both like cones. And if you need to raise an orphaned newborn, she can provide it breast milk. So it's a pretty good deal all around. I do remember that. Yes, Putty Cat. I'm the luckiest. I'm the luckiest one by far. No, my soulmate drawings are world heritage artworks. Okay. World heritage artworks. Okay, well, I don't want to live on breast milk. I agree with Cube completely. Look, he makes me angry with his wrongness. But I'm not trying. I regret some of the language that I used today. Uncivil language. He's really running afoul of my tool function. He's dealing with things that I think need to be dealt with via this attentional manner, and I have good reason to believe I'm correct about this. And he's not using an attentional manner. You obviously can't determine what's correct or incorrect without TI. You can determine what you want, what you like, what you don't like, what's important to you, all that kind of stuff with FI. He wouldn't take out by trying to. I don't understand what that means. What does that mean? He wouldn't take out by trying to. Is Black Sheep racist? I don't think so. He's not otherwise. He wouldn't take out by trying to double down on stuff. No, I agree. Let's not pick on anyone. Okay, but I'm asking you a specific question. What do you mean by he wouldn't take out by trying to double down on stuff? I'm a little frustrated myself for getting so angry, though. I understand why I get so angry. It's not helpful. It's natural. It's an understandable response, you know. It's like walking into a. Imagine you walk into a classroom, like I don't know, 6th grade classroom or something. And you see the teacher teaching the kids all about flat Earth. You'd be like, look, bro, it's fine for you to believe flat Earth stuff as much as you want. But don't try to pretend like you understand things well enough or know how to argue things well enough. Because whatever your assorted arguments are, before you even begin to make those, do you know what you're trying to do and what burdens you need to meet to accomplish that? The answer in every case is no. So if you are trying to explain how the solar system works, you have one kind of burden. If you're trying to explain that the Earth is distinct from the rest of the solar system, then you've got another kind of burden. If you're trying to provide an explanation about the shape of the Earth, you have a third kind of burden. So if you're trying to negate that we know the shape of the Earth, that's a different burden. All these things have their own burdens, right? You have to meet in order to attain that outcome. It's like they line up a bunch of people they're standing on a scale that weighs them. They got behind them a ruler that measures how tall they are. They've got another ruler that measures how wide they are. And a third thing that counts how many articles of clothing they have on. And then somebody says, did I win? Well, what do you mean? We're just measuring you all. But did I win? Like, which measurement? Width. I don't know. Is wider good or is less wide good? Wider's better, obviously. Okay, then you did not win wideness. God announces whose daughter he will marry. I shall marry your daughter. Well, Putty Cat, I'm not sure what it means, but I can definitively tell you that you're not getting younger. Well, I had two concerns with that one, show media. One was similar to Kay's. I didn't want to have you pile on when I'm having a big argument with Cone Man. That's the last thing I want. And then number two, I did not want to check my email because I'm being email avoidant. But I overcame that because I thought, I don't think Cone Man's here. Show media would appreciate it probably. I'll show it. I expected that response, Boa, and hoped I had been wrong. His name's G now, okay? He changed his name to G. He also answers to G. So, all right. I should wrap this up. I should. I haven't done anything. We've been waiting around all month um, for money to come through, like liquidity to come through, right? So I just didn't really feel like making any progress on it until then because I figured we'll probably. Now that I've gone back to the idea of short-term rentaling it, then we're gonna need to spend some money to get it ready for it, and probably have to pay a thing to the county or whatever. We'll probably have to pay county taxes too, I'm guessing. I'm not flattered by this attention. It shows your lack of discernment. I don't think it shows he's not discerning, KE. I mean, I think he can legitimately prefer you over others. Yeah, he might not be discerning compared against, say, somebody who's neck deep in pussy, but nevertheless, he's not somebody who's all over every woman who comes around here. So I think it's a bit of an unfair criticism. I might keep going for a little while longer. I might play the guitar for a second. I could play Sweet Home Alabama, Freebird. I could play Saturday in the park. Think it was the 4th of July. I don't think it was a midget. It's just angled very much like this so that it looks perspective wise like the legs are small. It's because there aren't a lot of girls here, but I have seen him hit on 100% of them. All right, well, maybe I'm not paying as much attention to that as you are, KE. If that's the case, then, well, Boba Fett, that's what you get for hitting on all the ladies. Ladies want to know that they're special. You chose them over other people. Oh, please. Digger, please, says G. Here's a rose. It's a rose from KE. All right, well, I don't really want your rose because the petals will fall all over the floor. The water will get stinky. You know, I'm pretty tired. What am I tired like? Tired like the wolf. Show me. Yeah. You get a room. All right. You get a room with Winston's mom, KE, and G. All four of you get a room. Have a freak off. Would you like to do that, everybody? Everyone want to go have a freak off? Show media will bring the baby oil. Um, I think would be better is if I went to sleep for a while, you know. Eric, I had to kill a pygmy rattlesnake on my back patio last night. Does this make me a bad person? No, it doesn't make you a bad person. Would it have been nice in theory for you to scoop it up and then go release it someplace far from people? Maybe, but it's asking kind of a lot. Could you imagine having an Instagram or YouTube channel in the 90s? Oh my God. I'm glad I didn't have one during my prefrontal lobe isn't fully developed, slash, I lack the perspective of enough experience periods of my life. I'm glad that I wasn't involved in that stuff when I was drinking. Even though I first learned about it when I was teaching middle school way back then. But I didn't partake of it. I didn't quite get the concept of it, I guess. Not right away. I didn't it's like I was thinking that it was more complicated than it was. No, I do not have a MySpace as far as I know. I did have one at one point. It became extremely chaotic with things. And then I was like, ugh, this is takes forever to load. Because when as MySpace started to add more features, more things you could do, all of a sudden it was about making your own super complicated page. Nobody really ever looked at other people's pages or something. There's a large movement of red pill men who want to repeal the 19th Amendment. Is that the right for women to vote? Or what? Which one is that? See you later, pretty cat. Have a good one. Don't forget to eat plenty of cheese. Which one do I pick for myself? Which one what? What am I picking between? That's silly. Even if they were to repeal it, the courts would still say expressly affording women the right to vote wasn't necessary it didn't really require a constitutional amendment or something like that. Or that the like equal protection under the law clause. Slappy Get Right says the world started to go downhill when women got the vote. Says Slappy on YouTube in the future with his iPhone as he enjoys all the benefits of modern society. I mean, I don't really think it's such a terrible thing that women vote. Why would that be so terrible? Why shouldn't women vote? I mean, I would like basically nobody to vote except for few people that I think are qualified to vote. But of course, I would never try to compel that to be the case. I'm just saying I would prefer if people voluntarily did that. Basically, if you're not listening to what I'm saying and agreeing with it because it's correct, then just don't vote. If you disagree with it, not because it's incorrect, but because of some other reason, then don't vote. Like James Brown said, it's a man's world. I don't think it's a man's world. Do you think there should be some basic comprehension test like they make you do in signing something? I mean, no, not really. Because I think that there are plenty of very literate people who are horribly wrong about political stuff. Yeah, KE will ace the test and still vote very left. So you basically, it would have to be something like you have to successfully test the mechanisms of correctness without including the specific political things. So that'd be difficult to do, right? No. You need to make sure they're evaluating things against the correct metric. And because if people evaluate things against the correct metric, then they're also correct. You know, they're going to end up being correct. If people think that like incorrectness comes before somehow, it doesn't come before. It comes because of the absence of. So, like, KE might favor communist shit or whatever. But if she does so for the right reasoning, which is, I acknowledge that this harms everybody, and I'm choosing it because I want to make make the problem worse in order to draw attention to it more. Make the problem worse in the short term in order to draw attention to it more and hopefully make it better in the long term. That would be she'd be she'd be taking the wrong action from the right reasoning. That's okay. In other words, that doesn't her strategy of making things worse in order to draw attention to it so they'll get better would be a stupid plan, right? It would be a stupid plan to accomplish that. But she'd be trying to accomplish the right thing. She'd be trying to solve the problem of too much centralization. Because really that's the problem, right? It's not government. It's not communism. It's centralization. The distance between the individuals who do and should have ownership over this sphere of interested matters and the needs of the group to manage certain things as a public matter rather than as a private matter. There are certain things that ought to be managed as public matters, certain things that ought to be managed as private matters. So if you're KE, if like for example, if you think that we can't meaningfully know about how to vote by taxonomying first into things that are appropriately dealt with by the public versus the private, um, by obviously we can't have governments of infinite powers. We need governments of limited powers, or else then you get a game that's all referees calling player fouls on players the whole time. And that's not the purpose of government. We do need referees, but we need to remember that we're playing a game here. We're not playing how much can a centralized decision making body interfere with everyone's capacity to make decisions. So that's the key thing to remember is there's no good way to be in favor of more centralized decision making. Those people who are making the decisions are not any more or less capable of making decisions about these things than you are. Note, I did not say than you or I. I am more capable of making those kind of decisions, and I'm willing to do so. But I don't thrill to the notion of doing so. there are certainly some things. If I said there's no, I misspoke. Shouldn't have said that. There are some things that we definitely need the government to deal with. You definitely don't want privatized law enforcement that incentivizes uh, converting humans into profit channels for by imprisoning them. What are my thoughts on aristocracy? I'm opposed to it. So the problem with aristocracy is it doesn't include equal protection under the law, obviously, or else if there were real equal protection under the law, then you'd have just as much chance as they to win a representational seat. You built an image in your head, and my absence made it more robust because less chances of my behavior contradicting your fantasy. Are you talking to me? My fantasy of a sane and just world. I do fantasize about that. A sane and just world where people listen to Eric and accept when they're wrong. It's like if I were the best at playing tennis, all of the tennis players who were not as good as me or just coming up in the world as tennis players, they would try to copy my game. They'd ask me questions. They'd try to learn from me, etc. Because they'd say, you were clearly the best at this. I want to get better. I want to be the best at it someday. I want to be better than you even. So I want to learn all your tricks. But I'm the best at being correct, but nothing of the sort ever happens. Matarazzi sound hello. How are you? How are you today? Hey, Eric bro. Hey, 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 hey. It's getting steamy in here. Did somebody leave the sauna on? Oh, merciful heavens. Things are fine. All my homies think I'm a feeler just saying. Y'all see my saying so. Kind of well. Listen, just because you're wrong doesn't mean you're a feeler. Lots of thinkers are also wrong. Feelers have no monopoly on wrongness, let me tell you. I'm not even sure they have a majority stake in it. The people I'm most concerned about are what you might call the dumb smart people. People who are smart enough to sound smart and to be smart in some ways, but dumb enough to muggity meow, right? I only do the monsterverse well. The monsterverse? What monsterverse is that? Monstroso? The scary, scary monster? People who say Dunning-Kruger have Dunning-Kruger. All right. I mean, I don't think they have Dunning-Kruger. I think that they've got I'm sure plenty of people who say it. They say it because they just don't even know what it means. And But there are instances of it that are obvious enough to me. Mostly it's the other kind of Dunning-Kruger that people don't talk about. The one where the person who does know a lot about something incorrectly assumes a higher floor of knowledge in others than they actually have. We're not agreeing on the rules of the game to begin with, so more or less referees is not the issue. Well, okay, he says, I think we have fundamentally different premises and goals. Obviously, our conclusions would be different. I mean, we should have the same goal, which is, I guess you'd say, the general well being of everybody. And I think hopefully we can both acknowledge that we can't do that while compromising the integrity of the mechanisms of justice, right? So, how one does something is what's critically of importance here rather than what exactly one does. Well, if we're not agreeing on the rules of the game, we shouldn't be playing it and there shouldn't be any referees, right? Who's everybody, though? In what time frame? And what starting point of said mechanism? What is the starting point of said mechanism? Uh, I don't know what you're talking about exactly. What I'm just saying is that the point of arguing something is to determine what we ought to do. And then once it's been determined argumentationally, it should be undertaken and done. So the question of what we ought to do is separate from the question of what we will do. And the order of operation, so to speak, is for those advocating a change, they advocate the change via some kind of plan, or at least the affirmation of a specific resolution. And then for if they fail to meet their burdens, then we negate to the status quo. If they are negated successfully, we negate to the status quo. Only if they affirm successfully and withstand the negation do we vote for the affirmation. So it's not straightforward. It's not complicated. There may be a lot to it. Maybe it's complicated, but it's not difficult. It's just a matter of being intellectually honest, right? So it means that we acknowledge, for example, that if you have a goal you'd like to achieve, let's say raising $50,000, that there are legitimate and illegitimate ways of doing that, right? So anytime we've got public policy that tries to accomplish a goal via an illegitimate means, or most times anyway, then we ought not to allow it to that plan to be the way to accomplish that goal. No matter how noble that goal is, the person who's trying to solve that problem or meet that goal is the one who needs to figure out a way to accomplish that legitimately, because legitimacy questions come first. email me away, says Winston's mom. I will, says G. I'm gonna email you away, 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 all the way to the exotic Orient, where you will feast on dim sums. Okay, I think it's about time for me to wrap it up. Thank you all for being here. Let's all explain to commies that they're just being dumb and to stop that nonsense. That's commies. It's like I don't even know why I was getting mad at them. They're not even advocating anything. They're just saying corporations are bad, basically. And we need to use these tools. Okay. Anyway, goodbye. I'm sorry I got so mad tonight, but commie shit, you know. Good night and good luck. See you soon.